Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Remember last ball drops? Remember that pretty successful thing we had on during the French Open and during Wimbledon, that as soon as that last ball dropped, we would go live with a review of the day? Well, for New York, we've got something slightly different. It's called the first serve. It may look like last ball drops. It may even appear like last ball drops, but it's on at a different time. Some of you may be thinking, oh, a little bit more convenient, European time, mid-afternoon. Well, you're probably right. Anyway, it's coming your way every day for the next week or so, from probably until about around 4, I would imagine. 3 p.m. Central European time, 2 p.m. British Summer Time, and therefore 9 a.m. in New York, so Eastern Time, will be coming your way every day with a review of the previous day's action and a look forward to the day ahead. All here on Talkin' Tennis. So, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, and see you at 9 a.m. Eastern Time every day during the US Open until the middle of the second week, more or less. We're live, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go for the final show of the day between Jannik Sinner. I hope you can hear me okay, by the way. For those of you just joining us, we are here tuning in for Jannik Sinner against Alexander Zverev. The last match of the day, the last round 4, to decide who will be making it through to the quarterfinals, as I see Sinner winning the first point, so it's 15-love, as his coach watches on. Damien will be joining me very, very shortly, I'm sure. I'm going to share the score line. So, who's winning and why?
How would I know? Hopefully it's tight, you know. I like the matchup for Zverev quite a lot. I think it's sort of like I guess Medvedev for Sinner, where his lack of variety in baseline play, the fact that he cannot go to the net. Well, he can, but it likely won't be really successful. The fact that his touch game is not that strong. I think this is a problem for him against Zverev. Zverev likes just sitting back, counter punching. Also is at the same time, of course, very tall and a huge server. And it's just a question of like whether maybe Jannik is playing well enough now that it doesn't really matter. which is certainly a possibility.
That's the possibility I'm kind of banking on, that he's just playing very well. And I know that you touched on the first serve earlier regarding Zverev's level, and maybe he's, if not quite at his best, he's getting closer to it than, say, he has been for the last 9 or 10 months or so since he came back from injury. But yeah, I think I'm just banking on Zverev not being as good as Jannik Sinner today, and even if the matchup, what's the head-to-head like? Is it in favor of Sasha?
Yeah, for sure. Sinner beat him at Roland Garros 2020, which was actually their first meeting. But since he lost to him 3 times, and both matches on hard courts obviously went Zverev's way. That was, yeah, I can't remember where now. Oh, the U.S. Open. No, the U.S. Open once. Yeah, I think the U.S. Open once in 3 sets, and also somewhere
Yeah.
else.
So I've got Monte Carlo, the most recent meeting last year, where Sasha won in 3 sets, albeit the third set was a 7-6 deciding set tiebreak, or third set tiebreak. And we've got a game point here for Sinner, by the way, as they exchange backhands. Good forehand there from Zverev, though. And we're at deuce. Yeah, New York in 2021. There was also a meeting in Cologne 2.
Cologne again.
Which
That
I
was the
wouldn't be
one I was
surprised if
missing.
Zverev went on to win that, because I think he won one or both of those versions. So we are at deuce, nevertheless. So it's a pretty good start for Zverev, making an impression on the Sinner serve already. Although he's got an unreturnable there. I've got a comment in the chat. Oh, how about this? I guess I should put the score back up rather than the head-to-head. We have got advantage Jannik Sinner, so it's a game point for the Italian, who might just be feeling a bit more nervous. They might just feel as though there might be a bit more pressure on Sinner, a bit more expectation. It's a good return there from Zverev, so we're back at deuce.
Yes, Zverev indeed won both Cologne events in 2020. The Sinner, the only thing that he has done with Cologne is wore it. Zverev has actually won it twice, though.
We're at deuce here, so it's not the perfect start for Sinner on his service, who's probably hoping for a comfortable hold. Just going out there from Zverev on the return, so we've got another game point here for the Italian. Good return there from Sasha. Forehand Sinner to the forehand of Sasha. Sasha mishits that shot, and Sinner does eventually hold, but already some sweat on the brow of the Italian as they change ends. Did Damien do a dad joke? I wasn't aware. Did I miss
Yeah, maybe you did. Maybe you did. It was not good enough for me to tell it again. It was basically a play of on Cologne, the city, and Cologne as in something you can
okay.
wear.
Okay. Yeah, I missed that.
I had a pretty good dad joke earlier today on a group chat, which I'm not sure you're part of, probably not, where Jack said, "I believe in JPEG," and then someone said that this didn't age well after
Hmm.
she lost, and then
Hmm.
I said, "I don't think it aged poorly. JPEG is still better than GIF emo."
I had a feeling that was coming as you were building up to that.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty decent. Obviously, it sounds awful now that I just sort of tell it to you in this very weird manner, but if you were there, I think it was pretty funny. I was proud of myself.
Mm. What do we think about all this jewelry around Zverev's neck? It does. I don't know what he's thinking with that. I mean,
He's
Jannik.
always had that, right?
I know, yeah, but that hasn't been cool since Mr. T.
It's a very Russian thing, I believe.
Yeah. Mm. Nice forehand winner there.
Yeah, and he's trusting his shots so far. Like he's not only defending, he's actually standing up to Jannik. Obviously, it's been 5 minutes, but I guess you would like that if you feel like a competitive match is what you want from this, and I guess that's what everyone wants.
What was it you were saying to me during the sort of aftermath of the Qin Wensheng win
Uh-huh.
over Jabeur? I'm just trying to think. I'm just trying to think of a title for Sinner's got to win this point. Oh, Yannick,
A
dearie me.
title for?
Like what was it? What was some words that you were sharing with us earlier regarding Qin Wensheng over Jabeur? What were you sort of saying? I mean, I could just write Qin Wensheng knocks out on Jabeur, but if you said something like, you know, I mean, crushing or what was she? What was she doing? Glides, perhaps.
No, I mean probably not. Just because it didn't feel like a real.
Overpowers? Did she overpower?
No, because Ons wasn't 100%. That's why it kind of
Over.
ruins.
Okay, overcomes or overwhelms and underpower and under par on Jabeur, subpar,
It
underwhelming.
really just ruins the narrative. I think how Javert played.
Yeah. What was the big thing from Qin Wenjiang today? Oh, I know what it is. I know what it's approaching anyway. Though I know you said, so you said that this is not the breakthrough. Well, I mean, actually, I could make it a question. Qin
Yeah,
Wenjiang win over Jabeur. Has Qin Wenjiang finally arrived? Because you can disagree with that. Finally arrived after Angers win. Has
that
Qin
makes
Wenjiang
sense. That makes
finally
sense to
arrived?
me. Yeah.
And then we do kind of address that at various points.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I definitely said something along the lines of like that match where we really test her has been postponed to the quarters,
Yeah.
which now she gets to play Sabalenka. I don't like the matchup. Sabalenka is looking scary.
The
But
carrot
maybe
guys.
maybe she can
Yeah,
handle
she
it
is looking
somehow.
scary. The carrot guys, by the way, 50% of the clan are abandoning the head element because it's just so goddamn hot.
Hmm.
Um, oh, nice one, Yannick. Good anticipation. But 50% are keeping the headgear
And
on.
it's the Carota boys, right?
The
Not the
Karate boys. Yeah,
Kaisers.
yeah, yeah. They made a very funny video as it was like before, just on the eve of Wimbledon, it was like a call to arms. And they all start emerging saying, the call's just come in, we've got to get going. And he did finally meet them. But Yannick being Yannick, he did sort of have a sort of a selfie with them and not really,
Hmm?
not seem to be overwhelmed, but he wasn't bothered by it either. Terry's asking who we're going for. I'm going for Sinner, but not with any great conviction.
No, I can understand Sinner's desire not to be associated with being a ginger. I am actually kind of want to say Zverev, by the way, regarding that question, just because, yeah, I love the matchup for him. I don't know if it's enough, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's my. I think we sort of said at the beginning, and
Yeah.
I just think that Sinner playing really well. Maybe I'm just deluded by one match in Jannik Sinner's career, but as a result of that Carlos Alcaraz quarterfinal last year, I just have not just a feeling about Jannik being an amazing tennis player, but Jannik and New York being the slam where I think he might get over the hill. Because I think hard court is probably where he'll achieve it first.
Yeah.
It might be the only place he achieves it, and he's got to a couple of quarterfinals in Australia, but he didn't really look like winning either. Although maybe this year you could argue that 5-setter with Tsitsipas.
Oh, that was the fourth round, so
Oh, was it fourth round? Was that? Yes, it was.
yeah,
Yeah,
still a lot of work to be done after that.
yeah.
But yeah, he wins that, and then we maybe have, I don't know, Karen Kachanov in the final. Maybe we have Yannick Sinner in the final. Maybe we have who else was there losing Tsitsipas? Irina Hečka in the final. Why not?
Yeah, but we still have Novak Djokovic winning it.
Yeah. Like the winner would remain the same. Yeah, regardless of the configuration. Enzo Cuoco was the only player who had the power in him to take a set of Novak Djokovic there.
Yeah, and winning a tiebreak too. The only person
Yep.
to win a tiebreak until Wimbledon, I would say, but I could be wrong on that.
Well, in slams.
In slams, oh, okay.
Yeah, so there's not that much really. There's not that much of a chance, right? Like for in slams, you get what 7 matches there, 7 matches there. So I mean that's a guess, by the way. But Novak must have lost the tiebreak at some point between Wimbledon and between the Australian Open and yeah, even against Vanash in Belgrade, against Lajovic, Banja Luka, of course, against Lajovic as well in Banja Luka. I guess that's it, really.
So Medvedev, he's got a match point. In fact, he's done it in 4. That's nice for Medi because I was worried for him when he went off court at the end of the first set. I was thinking, oh, okay. Again, that was similar to this match as Zverev hits a double fault. That was kind of similar to this match where there was the head-to-head, there was the matchup, and it was like, if Dimonor wins this, everyone would be shouting at me, going, "I told you the matchup. I told you. Look at that. What happened recently in wherever it was, somewhere in North America." And I'd be like,
Toronto.
"But Toronto." But I'd be just like, "Yeah, but Medvedev's sort of ceiling and pedigree over 5 sets is here, and Dimonor's there, kind of thing." And that's what I was relying on. And eventually, that's probably what happened.
Oh. Yeah, a little spoiler, but the next point is gonna be pretty great.
I'm watching it now. Oh, lovely. I actually thought, because of the nature of that it was going to end in a Sinner winner, but nice. Good backhand down the line. Forehand, sorry.
Oh, and are we still playing under the roof, by the way?
Oh, there was an open roof, of course, for Qinwen Zheng against.
I don't think we are. Yeah.
Yeah, right, because they closed it around about lunchtime, didn't they? Midway through a game. I think it might have been through I guess Pagula Keys had the same thing. But midway through a game on Armstrong, they just started closing the roof, and it was a bit of a shock to the audience, at least, or certainly the TV audience, as they anticipated showers coming. I don't know if the showers eventually arrived. You thought, I saw you tweeting, and you thought it had an influence potentially on the Pegula Keys match.
Obviously, it has a lot. It has an influence on every match, you know.
Yeah, it has an influence.
Whatever it's going
but
to be.
it had an influence in terms of who won it and who didn't.
Yeah, I mean, it had an influence in terms of who had a much tougher job suddenly, and clearly did not handle the occasion too well. Would she have gotten so flustered if Keith wasn't playing in like perfect sterile conditions? That's of course fairly unclear, but you know, it's made it like 3 times as hard, I think, for Pegula. But it is what it is. Like, this is something that we cannot really plan for. It kind of shows you the stupidity of, like, maybe yeah, just brackets as a whole and something, you know. The conditions in tennis could be so different on a daily basis, and what can you really do about it? Sucks for Pegula, but maybe she would have choked anyway. Maybe she was a bit tired going off these with her being still in the women's doubles and the mixed doubles and the women's singles, which was pretty crazy. I don't know, but certainly, you know, if you get Pegula and Keys playing indoors, obviously that improves Madison's chances significantly, and makes it a lot tougher for Jess to stand up to her.
Yeah.
With Zverev Sinner, it would be pretty unclear probably who has some sort of an edge. So I don't think it really matters that much anyway.
It's a good forehand winner there from Zverev. Nerlan, how's the Polish learning coming along? Are we fluent yet?
Just laughing at the sweetie towards Ghosty. Can Rublev beat Medvedev? I don't think so. Best of 5 format, rough matchup for him. You know, he cannot expose the defensive positioning of Medvedev. Has he even beaten him? Was this that one Cincinnati match or something that he beat him at, right?
Yeah, when Medvedev had a fight with the camera. Do you remember that?
No, I remember the match. You know,
You don't
Medvedev
remember
won the
the fight
first
he hit with
set.
the camera?
No, Medvedev won the first set pretty easily. And I remember there was a hit tweet from a certain Twitter member, which said who said that after the first set that there are no certainties in tennis, but he's basically certain that Medvedev is gonna crush Rublev anytime they play over the next 10 years or so. And then, of course, Medvedev lost that match.
I mean, it's unfortunate timing, but you kind of know what they mean.
No, I understand what he meant. You know, after the first set, I would have agreed. So after the second set, I probably would have agreed. So, but yeah,
So
it's not obviously not a good matchup for Rublev, and
I'm sure people in the live chat will remember the incident between Medvedev and the camera that I'm referring to. It's quite funny. I think we've added another 30-odd subscribers today, mainly because of that Qinwen Zheng Jabeur match, which if it had gone 3 would have been a real peak in talking tennis history, but
All right,
sadly,
and Rublev also beat Medvedev ATP finals last year. When
oh yeah,
Medvedev,
I forgot about that. I mean, it was a
yeah,
slightly different route, Medvedev, but Medvedev was in that unfortunate position. I think he lost all 3 matches on a tiebreak, right?
I think so. Yeah, he definitely went 0-3 in groups, and at least 2 of these were deciding tiebreaks. Yeah, all of these were deciding tiebreaks.
Maybe there was an indication there that Medi wasn't far away in a way, and that I was very gloomy on him in terms of coming into this year, and that was sort of backed up after his disappointing exit in Australia. And I did
Yeah,
not see that, I did not see that run coming that he then obviously went on after Australia.
it's getting seriously possible now, by the way, that Medvedev retires with like 1 slam title, which would be a travesty, but maybe it's actually going to be the case. Who knows?
Yeah, because he hadn't won one yet, but going into the Aussie Open of 2020, was it 2021 the final? Yeah, 2021.
Which
So
one?
against so
Because
the one
he
against
made the
Djokovic.
final. Okay, yeah, yeah.
So he lost that in straight sets, obviously to Djokovic. Going into that final, perhaps even in hindsight, I was a bit optimistic, but I was sort of thinking, well, first of all, multiple slam winner, but also 5+.
Yeah, yeah. I think 5'8" range was very achievable.
Another double fault from Sinner, so we're at 40-30 now.
Maybe it all would have looked very different if he beats Rafa at the Australian Open.
Well, indeed.
And someone will have to be winning these slams, because we're saying that Tsitsipas might not win one, Medvedev might not win one again. Someone will have to be winning them. It's not just going to be Alcaraz and then maybe
Well,
Alcaraz. Maybe there's
I
gonna be a
really
year
think it
like
could
this.
be for the next couple of years, Alcaraz, Djokovic, Alcaraz, Alcaraz, Djokovic.
Uh, I mean Djokovic, how many more years do we give him?
Oh, I think he could be here for at least a couple more years, and at this level too. Oh, is that a
Uh,
backhand winner from Sasha? Wow, deuce.
I don't know. At this point, we're sort of just guessing, I guess, which how his body is going to react to this because no one before the big three has ever really played tennis at that sort of level at this age. Well, they did back in the day, but it was way less physical. So it's yeah, we're just sort of guessing how many years he can go like this.
Yeah.
But I would be assuming that in 2025 he's not winning slams. That's my assumption for now. But yeah, if that would be the case, then yeah, there's a high chance that Zverev doesn't get one, Tsitsipas doesn't get one, Medvedev doesn't get one again, which yeah would be really weird, but it is possible.
I mean, we might be in 5 years from now talking about Runa in a similar fashion. You just don't know. You never know. What's going on in the live chat? Anything exciting?
Oh, I mean, I don't know about the live chat, but the point that you're gonna see is pretty exciting, and especially after the tame forehand return error that Zverev just hit to go to give Sinner the game point.
Ooh,
To now come up with
that's
this.
Sabalenka-esque. Hi, Mary. Eri Bamos. Make sure you hit the like button. Oh, I'm sharing the Medvedev score, but I'm pretty sure people are done with that now. And we are back at deuce here. I think this was a 40 love game as well that Sinner had. So,
And Nurlan already talking Polish in the chat, so
I wonder if he's saying, "What the hell is Medvedev's score on the screen?" Sorry, no. So he's speaking Polish in the chat. Is he? You mean because he copied and pasted something from Google Translate or something?
No, I'm sure he typed it in by himself.
Oh,
He said not yet, but it will be like that.
Okay, in terms of him learning Polish within the year or something, no doubt.
Yeah.
Break point, Sasha Zverev. Backhand return from Sasha. Forehand Sinner to the forehand of Sasha. Oh, and we've got the break. If it happens, long way to go. Will Zverev Alcaraz deliver in the same way as Sinner Alcaraz might? In terms of excitement, I'm not talking about the result. I mean, it could be 5 sets and a deciding set tiebreaker, but
in terms of excitement, no. For me personally, I don't really give a damn. Like either way, like I want to watch both matches. Hopefully they play. I don't know. Carlos just plays 2 quarterfinals. Hopefully, but for in terms of like the general headline, no, definitely not. Have you ever watched The Office?
which one, British or American version?
Well, I think I don't know if the scene is in the British version. Probably not. So I would say the American one.
Yes,
And
I have.
yeah, and there's this one scene that really reminds me of, and basically one quote as well that really reminds me of the dilemma of like, well, I don't want to say supporting, but watching players like Zverev, Thiago Seyboth, and this is that scene where Michael tries to convince Dunder Mifflin to hire Ryan back after he had this
Yeah,
scandal with
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
defraudation.
Mm-hmm.
And Michael says, I don't care if Ryan murdered his entire family. He's like a son to me. And
That's brilliant.
yeah,
That's
and it
brilliant.
really reminds me of Zverev, Seyboth, and like just the dilemma that we have to go through, with the fact that
I
they are.
know. The Savoth Wild one actually is a little bit more uncomfortable for me in terms
Mhm.
of actually the scenario where he's at, as in like he's kind of ignored a warrant, I think, or certainly ignored something back in Brazil. I, I just don't really know much about the Zverev case, and I'm in a big minority amongst the popcorn talking tennis Twitterati community in that I find Zverev a bit of a douchebag sometimes, and I think his behavior on a tennis court is that way. I don't necessarily find him that exciting as a tennis player. I think his opinion of himself is a little bit inflated. But regarding the accusations, I just don't know. I have no idea. I think, as far as I'm aware, it seems to be two people's word against his, and yeah, that's it. And I have nothing else to add to it. I don't feel tempted to join the pile on Twitter or in any other conversation. I tend to just, I don't know.
Yeah, if that's your opinion, then it's best to skip these discussions because people are just gonna, come at you. And I'm sort of with you. Well, the evidence is pretty damning, I would say.
Okay.
Both these guys are pretty much confirmed assholes. But I like their tennis,
Yeah,
and
but does
this
that
is
confirm
the
them as?
problem.
I mean, Seymour Wilch, I think, is another one because there's also some other stuff going on with him. I mean, it is interesting because with music we can separate. I mean, with
I
music
can
we have,
separate with tennis easily, but
yeah.
I know people that can't, and it's their right. Um, I just don't I don't think I was ever really attacked for that, but I feel like I have explained it to a few people that when I'm hyping up Zverev, Sablefield, I'm only talking about the game. Like in general, I'm only
When I
talking
talk
about
about
the
Zverev,
game.
I'm only talking about the game because
Yeah.
I just don't
Uh,
get involved because honestly, it's not. Maybe I need to. You can say, John, this is what's happening, but there's been no audio or video recording right regarding Zverev. I mean, it's not as damning as one or two other high-profile sports people over the years. Um, and
yeah.
a little bit of a there. I mean, the excitement from certain members of the media regarding Zverev's possible demise, you know, did seem to be quite bloodthirsty, if you like, and honestly, I don't know. I think that maybe there is a chance that a lot of it was also about getting traction for stories, and I just don't know. And if you don't know, like if you said to me, John, this guy did X, Y, Z, or this woman did X, Y, Z, I I don't like it when people just take that as read. I don't like that either. You know, if you just said to me, John, this person's a douchebag, and when people say, "Oh, okay," and accept that, that annoys me. I say, "Well, you should at least ask why." Okay, you can trust that person if they're a friend, but at least take them as you meet them, if you like. And listen, there could be people chatting away in the chat right now to present all the evidence. I just don't know. I mean, the Kyrgios one is probably a bit more damning as well.
I mean, they're all awful, but they're also awesome as tennis players. And by the way, that's the only way I really. I guess that's the only way I really talk about anyone. I just don't really care about the off court stuff whatsoever. Only about the game, and that
I
really
mean, I
allows
do
me
care
to.
though, Damien. So we are different. I do care.
Yeah.
It does make a difference for me, but I just don't know. I mean, and nobody does know really. So all these people that are consigning him to the to being guilty, they don't.
If you read all of these articles and like see the screenshots, I think it would be a hell of a coincidence. But I
Okay.
also think that it's basically the law enforcement's job rather than the ATP's to punish him, unless in Zverev's case there's also that thing that part of it happened on tournament grounds,
I mean,
which is
Terry
why.
suggests so the glee, and this is probably what bothers me most, the glee with which people have when they heard about the second case um, being brought against him. And Terry's suggesting we don't know what these latest allegations are. I must admit, I live in Germany where this is being discussed as well. I don't know much about it either, but it's the excitement that people have at the moment of the second set of allegations. And it is possible for there to be a coincidence. This is why we say case by case. And yeah, of course, if you get hundreds, but you know, my goodness me, there's about 100 million people around the world that believe that the 20 words that they read in a newspaper will tell them what day they're about to have ahead. So I don't know. It just doesn't just because a bunch of people say it. I'm a bit more skeptical. And that doesn't mean that's not me defending him. I mean the problem is if you had a conversation like this, is why I rarely do. There was a similar thing with Isner, of course, last week. I understand why people might be annoyed with him. I understand as well that most people who met him and know him say he's a decent guy. Um, I get it. I get it that, but if you really want to nitpick, and I think to some extent we are, probably 99% of the tour, you could, anybody who has a foundation for their charity, meanwhile, while they're avoiding paying tax in their own country, whilst people are starving and suffering and don't have a home and probably killing themselves, and yet they've got a foundation so they can avoid paying tax as well. And 99% of the tour, you could pretty much, unless they're pretty much giving away 50% of their salary to charity, and not to the best of my knowledge, none of them are doing that. A lot of them are avoiding paying tax to the best that they possibly can. So to me, they're all kind of in the same bracket.
No, I mean domestic abusers and not
No.
paying
I'm not talking
taxes.
about that. I'm talking about the ISNA one now. I'm talking about
Okay.
the ISNA
Okay.
thing.
Okay.
So isn't it a personality judgment, right? This is not a criminal or this is a personality sort of situation as opposed to a criminality. Sinner has a great point here, by the way.
Yeah, and like people, someone in the chat was talking about Sinner adding this drop shot to his game. Like it's still awful. He won this point by
It was an
accident.
awful drop shot, yeah.
Yeah, he won this point with like a super accidental reactive volley. After this drop shot, it easily could have gone sideways for him. I don't think that in the long run, this variety even has to benefit him in this match because he still is like not super comfortable with it. However, obviously now it has given him the results that he wanted.
He's got it. Nice forehand winner. I was a little bit worried for Jannik there that he was going to blow that golden opportunity. And it's kind of panning out the way we expected. I don't want to make us sound clever, but the Sabalenka Kazatkina match was exactly how I expected it. 3 or 4 games for Dasha, but ultimately just getting blown off the court. And this one being tight.
That's a good one though. Had Zverev like 3 meters behind the baseline on the back foot as well. His center of gravity maybe a little bit towards the back too, and he cannot move to that drop shot. So that was
That's
pretty cool.
yeah. That's super nice. Yeah.
Yeah, if he can play it like this, yeah, sure.
Yep, I agree, Ghosty. And that's kind of what my argument was regarding, 99% of the things that surround tennis, this chase organization as well, all these bankers, all these just horrible organizations that even the US Open. What was it I saw happened last year? Some people were handed out flyers. In fact, I was handed one myself as I tried to walk in as Sinner double faults at 15 all. And as a result, just as I was walking in, they said nope. And the people at the security sort of ripped it out of my hand and were ripping it out of anyone's hands. People didn't know that they were actually picking up flyers for basically saying that this Chase company, this Chase banking organization, were a bunch of horrible people because they were committing some environmental atrocities. But even worse than that was that people were not allowed to take these flyers into the US Open, of course, because of course they were hoping that they would get waved around while on TV. And if that's not Orwellian and horrible, I don't know what is. And yet we're just fine with that. We're fine with that. And yet we're not fine with John Isner, which is just bizarre. I'm okay with you I'm okay with you coming down on John Isner, but come down on all of them. Anyway, boom. Basically, and this is what I suggested to Ghosty in the chat today, basically, we all want what's best for us. We're fine with sharing a bit. We're fine with being nice to people. We're fine with what we see in front of our eyes, in particular. But, you know, people step over homeless people on a daily basis. So, anyway, all right, tennis it is. Drop shots from Sinner. Let's get back to that. Terry's asking what the Isn't story is. I'll let some people in the chat tell you, Terry, or just send me a DM on Twitter and I'll tell you about it. I mean, you can soon Google anyway. Is Sinner settling? 40-30, game point for the Italian. Yeah. There you go. Mr. Charity himself, Ghosty there. By the way, Ghosty, I think it was on air that you have some competition for her, Ghosty. And it's not just me, it's also young Jack.
Is there a Mr. Trevisan as well?
I don't think so, no. Could do a poll on, maybe not today because I can't be bothered, but sometime on YouTube, do a poll as to who you think is the funniest member of the Talking Tennis team, or maybe even the funniest member in the chat as well. But Nick is very funny. I'm just taking some screenshots of him. He's got a very cheeky laugh.
Trevisan is married to her longtime boyfriend, Marco Parra.
No way, but she's not that old, is she? What's going on with these tennis players getting married so young? It's ridiculous. Or maybe that's Ghosty.
Marco Parra, I mean, theoretically, yes. I think the age wouldn't fit. Ghosty was born like before.
I mean, Ghosty talks about his parents and he talks about growing up with
1950.
Jimmy Connors. And when I say
Yeah.
growing up with Jimmy Connors, I don't mean in the household, but there was a funny bit in commentary. Qin Wenjing has match point, and Nick goes, "Is that a Roger Federer fan I can see in her box? Or it might be in Jabert's box, but either way, it was quite amusing. A Roger Federer hat. But I think I saw a Rafa hat in someone's box recently as well.
It's unbelievable just how many like I don't even know how to call them, but there are like bot websites there are, where basically they have the same text about Trevisan having a husband and like some random info, which basically says that there's no info because she keeps to herself. And there's like 10 different websites that have this exact same, body of
Text.
yeah. In other words, Ghosty, get in line.
So 4-3, that was a big hold for Jannik at 30 all. Foam 30 all. So Zverev to serve at 3-4. It's a good first serve from Sasha. So it's 15 love.
Yeah, we are theoretically on pace for the 5-hour classic. You know, if Zverev wins this game, it's going to be 4-all after like 50 minutes.
What did you think of that tie break between Zverev and Nadal at the French Open in 2022? From 6-2 to 9-7, I think it was in the end to Rafa.
Can remember some great pass maybe, or like a great forehand from Nadal, but otherwise not that much. You know, I was at that challenger when it happened, so
I was in the stadium, but the reason I'm asking is because it's not the same as the Kokinakis smashes, but I just wondered whether you might be a little bit picky about some of Zverev's shots.
I
But they
mean,
were
yeah,
still, pardon?
yeah, sure.
But they were still pretty much in the corner. I mean, maybe he could have hit them with a bit more venom.
Well, not on every, like, you know, you mentioned 6-2, so there were
But I'm thinking
definitely.
about the incredible passing shots. There were
Yeah,
two, I
yeah.
think.
I can remember one of them, and indeed it was not a
I think
poor
one was on
shot
the
really
back.
from Zverev. It's pretty funny because I think even a Bulgarian tennis fan that day told me something like, "Why would you choose to watch Dimitar Kuzmanov's moonballs over this?" And I was like, "No, I actually enjoy the match here in Poznan a bit more," which was true.
Oh, for some reason my TV's decided to stop playing the match. I don't know if that means I've just got to press it again.
Your TV cannot look at Zverev anymore.
Boris Becker's still awake, by the way, 10 to 4 in the morning. I don't know if he knew he was signing up for this, but
Is Misha Zverev still awake?
I believe Misha Zverev is on the team because people have told me, but maybe he does little cameos or some YouTube stuff because I haven't seen him, but somebody told me that they've seen him doing TV stuff during this tournament. But
We all know who he thinks is going to win the US Open.
he's doing his own channel for the US Open. Didn't realize he had his own channel. Who they? Oh, Miles. Yeah. Miles has got his own thing going on. I would love to have Miles on board more often, but he's just a very tricky guy to track down, put it that way. Like trying to track down a Boris Becker trophy. Oh, Ghosty. Ghosty, just honestly, I'll tell you on another stream. I've done my 15, 20 minutes of non-tennis stuff. I think I've done it enough today. Honestly, it's not that I'm not happy to tell you, but it doesn't take a lot of Googling to find out. And if not, we'll do it on another stream, I promise. Just like that Rolling Stone story. I told you, didn't I, Ghost, in the end? I always, if I say I'm going to tell you my story, even if you have to wait a couple of months, it always comes out in the end. No worries, Mary. I don't blame you if you're very sleepy. I have no idea which part of the world you're in, but please like and subscribe if you haven't done so already.
I mean, there's no particular beef with Isner, right? It's just like far right convictions. sort of, I can't remember who exactly, but there was a bit of hate in that as well towards minorities of some sort. And yeah, it definitely is a bit of a contrast compared to what we usually hear of Isner when it comes to, him being a very cool guy in person. But well,
It is primarily it's a podcast, Ghosty. I think he does dip into the video thing a little bit. Indeed, the carrots are out, Janie. There you go, Mary. Mary's done at least half of the work. It's a good little period, this for Sinner, pushing Zverev on his serve again to juice.
not enough though. And yeah, the pace of this match so far for all 50 something minutes.
Yeah, we're almost at an hour, yeah.
We are going to be sitting here for quite a while, even if it's just 3 sets. Both at 34 points, one each as well.
Love 15.
Couple of Sinner backhand errors, so now Zverev will have some sort of an opportunity.
Medvedev Rublev. I think I've seen that one before somewhere.
Yeah, I think first game of the match, Zverev hit a very similar forehand return like this one just now. Just middle of the net.
Today's Monday, right?
Well, it is Tuesday.
Yeah.
For us,
Monday
it is
in New York
Monday.
right now,
Monday
yeah.
still in New York. Yes, Johannes Monday won today in Istanbul.
There you go, nice.
Well,
15:30 now.
yesterday. Well, yeah, in Istanbul it was yesterday, I guess.
Just for those who are with us at the moment, anyway, tomorrow's first serve will be a little bit earlier. It's going to be at 7:30 Eastern Time, 12:30 UK time, 1:30 Central European Time. I do apologize for those of you on the western side of North America because it may well be too early for you, but you can soon watch the, you can watch it later.
Yeah, basically, if you want, you can still have it at the regular time, right?
Yeah.
You
But
just
the
put
problem
it.
is,
You just
if
put on the stream.
the
Yeah.
problem that Nerlan will have is that he'll watch it and he'll start writing
Yeah.
comments below, and he won't get immediate responses, and he'll be like, "Why aren't they responding to me immediately?"
He'll just send forward a list, 10 questions. And by the way, Nurlan probably is not from the western side of the US, so for him it's gonna be fine.
He's a bit like Ghosty. He's very mysterious, and I didn't even know he.
Yeah,
I didn't even
he
know.
does.
Is he called Nerlan on Twitter?
Mm,
I bet he's not. I bet
no.
his
But
name.
I think he had his name in the handle though. That's how I knew it was him. I think. Like the how do you call this main Twitter? Well, I guess the username and the handle. I guess these are different things, right? And I think he had Nurlan in the handle or something. But
Okay.
yeah, Istanbul over Rome. That's random, but okay.
No.
Istanbul has a challenger this week, and Rome does not. So I think clearly Istanbul is much better.
I've been to both and probably had a better time in Istanbul, but in fact, I definitely had a better time there. Game point now for Sinner as Zverev's father looks on. It's a father-son relationship that gets a little bit less scrutiny than other family relationships in tennis. Probably just because there's not so many fireworks, really.
Yeah, Papa Zverev seems to be a very calm guy.
Mm-hmm.
He was also pretty sick pretty badly like some time ago, right? So
Oh,
maybe
was he
he's also not going to be
too animated?
well, I was mostly thinking about like people wanting to just give him some space.
Mm. You're giving people a lot of credit there.
Fair enough.
$22 shots that rally. How many shots was that Zverev Djokovic rally from the semi-final a couple of years ago? 70.
I don't
Must be
know.
something about US Open semi-finals because, of course, there was a 60 or 70 shot rally between Rude and Hachanov last year as well.
Yeah, like 50 something, I think. 56 maybe. 70 shots was this year's Australia, right? Kachanov, Jason Kubler.
Oh, okay. I
We
mean,
watched that
Kachanov
in
being
Bonn.
involved in a 70-shot rally, yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
know.
normal, yeah. That's why Kachanov and Mo are pretty similar to me.
Is Kachanov a pusher?
He does not have to be. I think when he won Paris in 2018, he was not.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he kind of well, he's not the only one. He kind of sacrificed some of the explosiveness for consistency.
Mm-hmm.
And whereas nowadays Kachanov like wouldn't win Paris again, he
Yeah.
also like 2018 Kachanov would not be as consistent as he is, which is getting to how many semis in a row was it at slams?
3, I think, wasn't it?
Three maybe, or yeah, something like that, right?
Yeah. Or
Well,
three
that
quarters.
well that doesn't make sense, right? Because it would be well,
Did
he
he get
definitely
3 out
made
of
the
4?
semis in Australia and the US Open. He couldn't play Wimbledon 2022, and did the
It
French
was
this
3
year.
out of 4, 3 out of 3 quarterfinals because he got to the French Open quarterfinals this year before he was
Okay,
over.
yeah, okay. So 3 out of 3 quarters, yeah. And yeah, I don't think 2018 Kachanov would have done that, but I also think that 2023 Kachanov does not win Paris 2018.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a bit of a
Yeah.
um, tricky situation, and it's hard to say what is actually better for him. But I think he is a bit of a pusher right now. Yeah. Well, at least he often is. He still has the option to do something about it. And as Zverev with this wonderful backhand pass now, another breakpoint, or actually not another, because this is the first breakpoint in this game. It's just been really long, but this is the first breakpoint.
Zverev so far 1 from 1 on breakpoints. Sinner's 1 from 3. Not a bad return from Zverev, given how good the serve was from Sinner. And he's just gone long on its deuce.
In Jabber Zheng, there was this close call that they showed on the screen, and like Ons had to specifically ask for it.
I saw that, yeah.
And it took such a long while. So at this point, you kind of start thinking like, what is the system even for then? If we're still doing that, but and right now they just showed it, I guess, instantly without Zverev's approval. Prepare yourself for the Sinner drop shot making an appearance again.
Oh. Yeah, pretty horrible decision and execution. But wasn't he doing the drop shots quite well against Carlos last year? I mean, Carlos was chasing them down and producing spectacular points that Carlos would win 50% of. But I just remember, I'm pretty sure I remember him dashing to the net a few times and getting a racket on it. And then there'd be some sort of spectacular running around all 4 corners of the court from both players.
Yeah. Wow.
Point. I know how this is going. I knew it was going that way, yeah. Zverev breaks. 5-4.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's been really nice for him. Trusts the forehand, the way he spread the court here from the cross court one to the down the line, and then of course done the killing blow as well. I just hope it's a very competitive match, between them. So far it's been like this. Well, so far it's been like this, yeah, for sure.
Boris is very red in the face. I don't know if he's been sitting in the sun all day or he's just got a particular light shining on him.
Yeah, Jake, I fully agree with that. And even I remember saying this already, I think, on the stream, but a few, I don't know if you, Jake, were there, so I will repeat it. But a few slams ago, I did this like anti-bracket, which meant that in every single match, I was choosing the player that I least prefer watching, and Karen Kachanov was definitely in the final for me. Which kind of tells you that I really don't enjoy watching him at all. Used to be like the same for me with like Mo, but as we were talking about a few days ago, he has become more proactive on the forehand. He has improved quite a lot, and I admire that. Kachanov, 90% of the time, he is borderline unwatchable for me. So
yeah.
But again, as I said, like I don't blame him for the way his game has evolved. Certainly, getting to 2 slam semifinals in a row is a wonderful feat, and it's not really clear that he should be playing like he was a few years ago, when he was more exciting to me. these early matches against like the big three, Nadal and like Indian Wells, was it? A great match that he played against him, against Roger in Halle, great second tie break. Obviously Djokovic, the way he beat him in Paris, that was I guess the peak of entertainment from Kachanov for me. But his results are staying at a very good level. Obviously, right now he was out for 3 months, so that's something completely different. But yeah, let's see how he bounces back from this. Mo, I think, was a tough round one opponent for him, mostly because they're both so strong physically and excel in long points. And when you haven't been playing for 3 months, that's gonna be rough for you.
Jake is highlighting a match between Rafa and
Oh,
Kachanov in New York as well.
oh, yes, of course. That was great. That was great too. I mean,
Oh, I
Zverev
see
is
where you went.
flying out there, yeah,
30 love.
at,
Excellent
at
backhand
the
down the line.
moment. Is it 30? I think I thought it was 15, but
30 now, yeah.
oh, it is 30. Okay, I seem to have missed a point.
And ace, 40 love. I must say that when he broke back, I thought that Sinner would end up going on to win this set.
Also, it looks like Medvedev has just qualified for the ATP finals. Not that he was ever really in danger, but I guess it deserves a mention.
Yeah. And an ace from Zverev down the tee, and he wins the first set 6-4. I imagine Zverev is in pretty good shape for the ATP finals right now as well.
I was
Probably
I was I was
Okay.
about to ask you this because, yeah, who would you say is gonna miss out? Because well, Alcaraz, Djokovic, Medvedev, they are confirmed. Sinner is virtually confirmed. I think Rublev, and Tsitsipas, we can also say that it's gonna be super hard to stop them. But then you have Rune, Fritz, Zverev, basically the same amount of points. Rune just 45 points away,
Rune's
ahead of
going to miss
Fritz.
out. Rune's probably going to miss out. He's got a lot of points to defend, hasn't he?
ATP race.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Different. Okay. Okay. That just changed things a bit, actually, because this could be a good spell of the season for him indoors, European. He just fractionally missed out last year, I think, by 1 or 2 places.
Yeah, I think he was the first alternate and didn't play.
Yeah. So we've got the three names you just said: Fritz, Zverev.
I would say those three are the most likely. It all could
Who are the other
change
contenders?
with like
This is for 3 places, right?
for 2 places. I'm
Oh, I
talking
see, for 2
because
places. Is there anyone else?
Alcaraz, Djokovic, and Medvedev are basically are confirmed.
Yeah.
Sinner, Rublev, and Tsitsipas are basically in, I think. And then you have Rune, Fritz, and Zverev fighting for the
Anyone
last 2
else?
places. After that, you have Ruud, De Minaur, Paul, Tiafoe. So theoretically, if Tiafoe wins, of course, like gets to the final here, that would change.
What about if he gets the
Um,
semis?
Not really. Like that would give him some sort of a boost, but he would still be behind the Ruud even. So basically, let's say only 3 of these are. Let's include Ruud as well. Let's say there are 2 places left, and you've got Rune at 3,055 points, Fritz at 3,010 points, and he is also, of course, in the U.S. Open quarters playing Djokovic. So if he wins, he's gonna get a big, a boost to his score. Zverev at 2,850. He will be actually like almost next to Fritz and Rune if he wins today.
Yeah.
And then also you've got Ruud at like 400 points behind Rune and Fritz.
Yeah.
So if you were to say,
Rude, no, because of he's the furthest one back, but also, do I see him having a run in Paris, Bercy, or Vienna, or wherever he's playing, Basel, in between? So Rude, no, it is a 3-horse race. It does sound like to me, and really a lot could depend on the next couple of days, because
Yeah.
if okay, there's a lot of sort of semi miracles that have to happen, but if one of those three players gets to the final, for example, then that will put me in a great position. I don't think any of the three will, and so therefore we're looking at what could well happen is that Fritz goes out in the quarterfinals, Tiafoe goes out in the semis, Zverev goes out in the quarters, something like that, and therefore it'd still be pretty close between the three, and then come down to, I guess, what happens in the indoor season, where maybe Sasha might think, might pick up a few points. Yeah, so maybe Zverev and maybe Tiafoe. Maybe Rune will miss out again just because of the sort of instability he's going through.
Well, Tiafoe is quite far away.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, even if he wins tomorrow, he would be behind the road. So I think it's mostly Fritz, Rune, and
Fritz. Sorry,
Zverev.
Fritz. Okay,
Yeah.
so Fritz. Fritz, of course, made it last year. So I'm going Zverev, and then it's one of Fritz or Rune, and I'll probably go Fritz just for the same reason, just because I'm not quite sure where I think should be a good part of the season for Rune, but he's not in the best position right now, is he? Coaching change, health issues. I know it's 3 sets rather than 5. I know it's indoors. It's been a marginally disappointing season for Rune. I mean, if he wins Monte Carlo, that maybe changes the perspective on his year, and maybe he should have won Monte Carlo. I think there was a smash in the third set that he should have put away.
No, but I mean, he was so dead after the semis there that
Okay, yeah.
from the very first point of the match, basically, he was already super tired. But yeah, he still had his chances, obviously.
And I'm just saying the perspective on his year.
Yeah,
slightly different.
I get it. Yeah, like it's pretty mediocre. Like it's okay. He has established himself as one of the top guys. He just hasn't maybe made as much progress as you would expect. He was definitely a bit too raw at the Australian Open when he had that loss to Rublev.
Hasn't made a semi-finals of a slam. He made quarterfinals at Wimbledon, I think.
Yeah, he lost to Alcaraz like pretty tamely as well. And at the French, he was okay, but he was struggling with his fitness again. Was it the 4th round or the quarters that he lost to Ruud?
Oh, yeah, quarters at the French.
Quarters as well, right? So I guess when you look at it like that, he was actually quite decent at the slams, outside of course, US Open, but he was injured. So yeah, I get what you mean. For me, definitely not Ruud either. I kind of feel like Zverev out of these three has the best chance, the way he's playing right now. And obviously this win would help a lot because then he's like next to Rune and Fritz. So it's like a direct showdown basically. Fritz could very well edge ahead if he wins tomorrow, because it's not that easy to gain 300 and no, how many? 360 points with one match. Obviously 360 points is an ATP 1000 semi, so getting that for just one match, that's something that would really help out any one of these. And Zverev could beat both Sinner and Alcaraz. He could also lose to Sinner, so everything is still very much in play. But yeah, I think that the top 6 is basically set, and then we'll see.
I mean, a Tiafoe US Open win changes a lot, of course.
Yeah, then he's in automatically. So
of course, yeah. The main issue with me having the main problem with me having the this first serve kind of quite late. It's not YouTube, but the podcast. So of course I then upload it basically as the day's play is about to start, by which time everyone's done with listening to their reviews, if you like. So it's kind of it's not doing that well on the podcast. Do you know what I mean? This first ball drops compared to the last ball drops, whereas it's got like a good 15-20 hours of life as a podcast. YouTube is fine because you get the old live stuff, and then people like that, and it doesn't matter if it's ahead of play or at the end of play. But the podcast is a bit different. You're not going to listen to the podcast. I forgot to upload it today, and I'm doing it now. But no one's going to listen to the Ostapenko Goff thing now.
Yep. Yeah, but there's virtually no other way to do it. Because
it's really tricky.
Yeah, we're not gonna you're not gonna find anyone for a 7 a.m.
No.
last ball drops.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
you're not going to find anyone for 7 a.m. But also, if you are, they're not going to have watched the tennis overnight.
Yeah, unless they would be absolutely crazy and they would like completely reset their sleeping schedule. But for the U.S. Open, it's just not really needed for us in Europe, I guess. You just sort of go to bed a bit later and that's it. But even that 1 hour after the matches of today would be quite shocking to the body clock and circadian rhythms of our bodies. Especially as it's usually like after a recording, you're not gonna go to sleep for like the next half an hour. I don't know if you have that too, but
yeah,
I think there is a slight boost of adrenaline.
Yeah.
Even if you've done it countless times.
I imagine a lot of the tennis players, by the way, really probably, even if they're playing till 4 or 5 in the morning or whatever it is, probably struggle to get to sleep for a couple of hours. I mean, if you got a 5-set match, for example.
Absolutely, and also you have all the media commitments. You before you even get off the court.
They are slacked off. They are slacked off if they're like a 4 in the morning job. Oh, what that's a whole Sasha.
Well, not really. Like if you win a match at the Slam, you still have a press conference, right?
Really, they don't slack it off.
Well, not really.
Let's find out. We'll soon. Is there an Alcaraz or Sinner press conference from last year at the US Open?
I don't actually know. Maybe they stopped it, but like when Rybakina had that 3 a.m. thing, I know she had one.
Really?
The one where she said that it destroyed her. It destroyed her for like the next week or so. Is there an Alcaraz Sinner press conference? I actually don't know. Do you think Mo has a? Yeah, do you think Mo has a chance to grow up on his success here at the US Open? I mean, it's not a singular event, He has been playing the best stuff of his career since like the summer of 2022. Obviously, he had an injury between February and May, but then he was back to great form very quickly. So it's not really a singular event that happened here for him. And yeah, what was the breakpoint? Because I missed it. I saw the smash for.
There was a horrible smash, and I think a double fault. I actually didn't see the double fault, but I heard the commentator. I've got the commentary on, but very low, and he just said double failure. I'm pretty sure he said double failure, which it translates as double mistake.
I will check that, and indeed, yes, very classic Zverev double fault as well. Like it just looks like exactly the Zverev double fault that you would say. Could still go to the next gen finals. Jane is asking, yeah, theoretically Alcaraz and Rune could be in the next gen finals, and right now this is actually a real possibility, by the way. Of course Alcaraz is not going to play it, and I also don't think Rune is going to play it, but because that
would have to be a super humble move from Holger Rune, and humility and Rune don't normally
I guess even with the money there, like they still have a lot more to lose maybe than to gain, I think, with this sort of an event. But the thing is that now they moved the next gen ATP finals to Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, right? And it's in a different slot in the calendar. So it's like a long time after the ATP finals. So in theory, they could play it realistically. They won't, because it would also screw up their off season, right? But yeah, anyway, it's going to be, of course, in Jeddah a bit later. And yeah, I think Musetti probably also doesn't play it anymore, right? He's played a few editions already. I don't think he should. But Shelton, I would assume, will be there. Obviously, guys like Fils, Van Asch, Striker, they were very definitely, they would definitely be there. I would love to see Medjedovic as well. Currently, he is in a position to qualify. Mikkelsen as well. Will there be a Saudi Arabian wildcard, by the way? Because when it was in Italy, the first few years, when they didn't have an Italian player involved, they were actually giving out Italian wildcards, right? So it was Gianluigi Quincy, then Liam Caruana, and then Jannik Sinner, the wildcard that actually won the event. And yeah, then of course, when they had Italian qualifiers in 2021 and 2022, then they skipped the Italian wildcards. But will there be a Saudi Arabian wildcards? I doubt it. Is there even a Saudi Arabian player ranked in the ATP? I don't think so. Off the top of my head, I definitely cannot name one. Maybe Abdallah Shelbayh gets a wild card. No, is he still actually is he still a possible option? He is. Yeah. So I think it's possible that Abdullah Shelbayh will get a wild card just because he's from that region, right? So that would make quite a lot of sense, I think. If they even will give out a wild card, but if they do, I think Shelbayh will be very likely to get it.
Sinner is held. Is he getting some medical treatment? I hope it's nothing too serious. Given the excitement in his box at the last couple of games, it could be just, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, Jane, as you said, Sinner won as a wild card in 2019. While Liam Caruana and Gianluigi Quincy were obviously quite outmatched. They're both not even playing anymore, even though they were next gen in 2017 and 18. Is water my garden a metaphor for something? I'm smelling an innuendo of some sort.
I am guessing that this is officially not cramp that he's getting treatment on.
So it's just during the changeover, right? It's not.
Yeah. Well, that's fair. Those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new to the channel, please subscribe. There you go, Ghosty. That's what happens. Maybe Zverev did the same.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, there are no ranked Saudi Arabians on the ATP side. Oh, actually? But No, there is a guy, Ammar Al-Hagbani, 25 years old though, so he's not going to be a possible next gen finals candidate. And also, how the hell he still has points if he last played in May 2022? Yeah, I guess he doesn't anymore. That's why the ATP site shows him. It's just a mistake on the profile actually in itself.
$30 here on the Zverev serve. Just short of an hour and a half on the clock, and we are at 3-love in the second set. It's a nice serve volley from the German.
A bit of an unknown, maybe, but he had already played the US Open. He had played in Antwerp, faced Wawrinka in both events actually. Won a few challengers that year. Ostrava. No, he lost in the final in Ostrava, but he won Bergamo for sure, and he won something else, maybe in the States, maybe Lexington. Yeah, Lexington, Bergamo, and Ortisei that year, yeah. That was my favorite way of coaching, by the way, what Jane is referring to at Next Gen Finals, when they had these headsets and they were just talking to players on the changeovers, and you could actually hear what the coach is telling them, just, word for word, good mic. I wish we had this with Brad Gilbert and Coco Gauff, and Coco would be able to tell him to bugger off when he says, make it physical for the umpteenth time. I love how there are like these all very, very famous coaches in the tennis world. And then some of them are incredibly renowned, and then half of our the hardcore tennis fan base just thinks that they're both they're both. I'm thinking of two, but there are more that they're really just full of we all know what. And that they don't know anything about tennis. And I'm thinking of Muratoglu and Gilbert, which I'm not really on that side of the argument, but there's certainly half the tennis Twitter fan base basically thinks that they don't know anything.
Where somebody like Gilbert and Moratoglu maybe do excel is maybe just on the practice court, maybe a little bit more with younger players, but perhaps also older ones in Brad Gilbert's case. But the only thing is that both of them probably think that they're also some sort of mastermind, psychological tactician. Therefore, it comes into the
they do, yeah.
Well, so they all think that they're. I mean, I didn't hear it, but I was almost expecting Brad Gilbert to say today that I know she ignored me, but I knew she was going to do that, and that's why I said it. So she would go and do the opposite. So it worked. I was almost expecting Brad to sort of come out with something like that, but
Yeah, I think he for me, I think he's just not gonna acknowledge it. He's just gonna say, yeah, I gave her some advice, and she followed it as best she could. She won the match. Yeah. Another Sinner drop shot that does not bode well for his chances really in the point. But also, is Sinner struggling with something now? Is there some feeling of stiffness? Yeah, I know he was, but I'm just asking if he has anything now. It seems like there's like some stiffness maybe in his legs now, the way he's walking and moving. I don't know if this is something that can go away in a moment, but he'll need it to go away.
Yeah, because we've got 1540 on his serve now.
Oh my goodness. It's a pretty incredible point. I mean, in many more ways than one.
Oh, Sinner's blown it again.
Yeah, he actually played all of that like really well, right? The
Yeah,
volley was great. Zverev
yeah,
barely getting to it with some
yeah.
impressive foot speed, and then he just falls. This is that forehand put away volley. But yeah, the whole point in itself was really good. I thought the pass from Zverev was probably going to be good enough, but Zverev's volley, Sinner's stop volley was actually so convincing. Well.
Zverev getting some new shoes. Much like his Adidas stablemate, Dominic Thiem, who was lamenting his shoes in that US Open final. I think it was the US Open final, was it semi-final, when he was getting really angry with his shoes, Dominic Thiem?
I don't know. I honestly don't have like memory for things like that at all.
But it
Clearly,
was quite
because
significant because he was getting really, he was going, "Die Schuhe, die Schuhe," and it was with no one else in the stadium. So he was
so you
really
know it
angry with
was
the shoes.
the
Yeah,
pandemic US
exactly.
Open.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I really have no clue. I remember the matches. I don't remember, anything else really. Bye, peaches. Yeah, Laver Cup had a lot of funny coaching moments, but I think they were funny and like went viral mostly because of the big three and how wild it was that they give advice to each other, or like Federer coaching Tsitsipas. But yeah, I think right now it's not going to be as watchable, as marketable as well.
Also, again, though, it's kind of a little bit mockumentary kind of thing with Bjorn Borg and John McEnroe. Maybe Borg more than McEnroe, in that Borg just barely says anything. And
Borg, definitely.
yeah,
Borg was just sitting there, and then Roger comes in, and suddenly we have like a normal coaching situation, and Borg just sits there and does
yeah.
nothing.
And also last year with Roger's retirement and all that, there was a lot of other stuff that I just found a little bit too false from Roger, for example, when he was saying like, well, it depends on what Bjorn wants to do. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be in the doubles team or what's going to go on. And
Yeah.
it was just like, come on. I do agree with other commentators out there that I still think there's a bit of an identity crisis when it comes to the Laver Cup, and it doesn't really know. It sort of tries to be competitive, but it's still exhibitionish.
I mean, I don't know if there was an identity crisis, but like this year is probably a big test for the tournament, whether they can actually hold up without the main players, because you don't get Alcaraz or Djokovic, right? You don't get the big three. You don't get the big four. Has Mari even played it ever? I'm not really sure.
Murray,
I don't
yeah,
think.
Murray was in it last year.
Oh right, but he like what? There was something about it. Um, can't remember. Was it the fact that he? I guess he played one match only or something. I can't remember. But anyway, yeah, you're right. Murray was in it last year, and it was the whole big four on one team. But this year, you don't get Djokovic, you don't get Alcaraz, you don't get Federer, right? And that's
Nor Rafa.
gonna be a big test. Oh, I
Mm.
didn't say Nadal. Yeah, I wanted to mention him in that list as well. Yeah. I personally don't think I'll be watching.
No, I probably won't be. I mean, it's not a great time of the year anyway.
To be honest with you, last year I think I also saw only the doubles of Federer and Nadal.
That's all I saw as well. I think I might have probably clipped a few minutes here and there, but caught a few minutes here and there. But yeah, no, I was pretty much Friday night, the doubles, and that was it. I know that there was a nice win for Felix over a possibly slightly hurt Djokovic. That's good from Sinner. And if Sinner is okay physically, this is still very close. I know Zverev was a setup and also was a breakdown and now got it back on serve. But if Sinner's fine physically,
you're all mad because we won. Yeah, Laver Cup is the most important to me.
Oh yeah. Man United not winning the league for 10 years is nothing compared to losing that Laver Cup last year. I've barely slept since.
Friggin' Jack Sock, won all the doubles points again.
Listen,
I think he lost one, but
if Jack Sock came to Bonn, he would not last 5 minutes after that. There's a lot of people that want Jack Sock here. He's a wanted man.
Why is Jack Sock not on the 2023 team? I'm sure they would give him 1 week of absence in the Pickleball Pro League. Anyway, Zverev now down on breakpoint again. This match has just gotten a bit more chaotic. And I think in this game, Sinner is moving better again. So
good.
Seems like this issue was just temporary, and eventually he gets the error from Zverev here on the backhand down the line. So you could say that Sinner is back in the position that he was, a few games ago, especially if he serves it out, obviously.
And he just sort of crouched down, and I was not sure if he was celebrating or in a little bit of pain, but fortunately he was celebrating. I do sort of have a little glance at sort of celebrations or lack thereof sometimes, because you're not going to celebrate big style if you think you're struggling in a big way physically. So I think it's an expression of optimism that I would look at that celebration and also look at the celebration of his team to suggest that things will probably be okay for him, at least tonight. I mean, I remember that Rafa a quarterfinal against Taylor Fritz, and his entire team barely celebrated a point. It was almost, and his father's obviously telling him to get off the court. And they knew that. And I saw it a bit on TV. I saw Rafa practice on the day after, do some practice serves, and I was like, oh, I wasn't certain, but I was not convinced by these practice serves that he was doing. And then as soon as he calls the press conference, it's like, well, that's that then.
Yeah, if he calls a press conference, something is about to happen. It was the same at Roland Garros this year, right?
Yeah, this the Wimbledon one was even more certain. But yeah, the one this year was also sort of known.
The one this year had like two options. One was I'm retiring after this French Open, and the other was I'm not playing this French Open.
Yeah. There was also another one he called about a year ago in Mallorca, between the French and Wimbledon. It was a sort of a more chilled out thing, I think, on the eve of the tournament, and it was just to say, "Yep, I'm going to give Wimbledon a go." But there was a big difference. The vibe was completely different. There was a lot of optimism and positive words coming out, whereas the 3 months between probably him pulling out of Monte Carlo or 2 months between pulling out of Monte Carlo and the French Open was just gloom, gloom, gloom. So I'm pretty optimistic that tomorrow we will also cover each of the 4 quarterfinals. Even Kostaya Mukova.
The disrespect.
I thought you might come back with something on that.
By the way, I heard something interesting today on Polish TV, and Rublev was playing, and like this one commentator kept saying, like in almost every sentence, he kept saying the Moscow born as like an adjective for Rublev, you know,
Okay.
and I was like, I wasn't really sure what's going on, and then I realized that he's doing that to avoid saying the Russian.
Oh, okay. But I don't think it sounds. If you've got that concern, I don't think it sounds a lot better. At least in English, it doesn't. Because we often
Yeah.
associate. We talk about Washington, and that's
Uh-huh.
politics. We use the capital city even more sometimes to emphasize politics than a country.
I mean, yeah, sort of, and like Moskvianin is just such a weird word as well in Polish.
It wasn't my mate Zelislav or whatever doing the commentary. Do you know?
No. Zhelisław is only doing it for Canal Plus Sport, which does the WTA tour.
Oh, okay.
So he's only on that. And yeah, the guy like Moskvianin, so the word like the Moscow born is very like this is probably the first time I've heard it, so that's why it also stood out to me so much. And then it took me a while to realize why he's doing it. And this is also a guy who was the like MC at the Warsaw 250 last year, and when Varvara Gracheva was playing, so a Russian player back in the day. I mean, now she's trying. Is she already representing France? I mean, never mind. But she used to, of course, play for Russia. She was playing against someone, I can't remember who, and she lost the first set. And he said, like, to the public in Warsaw, that so far the light side of the force is leading, which was quite. I mean, that was way too much for me, honestly. And but when it comes to saying like this, the Moscow born, I mean, if he wants to, I personally have no issue saying the Russian or the Belarusian because, well, they're not representing their countries, but they are still natives of that country.
Yeah, right. I'm just going to do a couple of technical things, and I'll be back in about 2 to 3 minutes.
All right. Oh, that's. I don't know what there was on the screen. There was a guy who held up his phone, and there was a message going across it, and I only saw "going cutting" or something like
I
that.
saw great cutting,
Oh, great cutting! Yeah, great
but I
cutting.
didn't see anything else. So.
I have no clue what it was after that, but maybe he was trying to sell us some of his products. I don't know. But anyway, Sinner is up 5-2, so there's a big chance that we're gonna get that one set all. Yeah, that we're gonna get to one set all, which would be really interesting, as that's what we want from this match. We want a competitive, tight battle. Maybe the match of the event so far. We'll see. Although Ghosty will surely be in the chat in a second to tell us about Molchan Dimitrov and how it was the best that he has ever seen. Jack today said that Alcaraz Evans was some sort of an incredible feast of tennis, which it was good. I don't know if it was that good, but there are certainly as many people, as many opinions, as there are many tennis fans, and I am hoping for Zverev Sinner to be the unequivocal match of the tournament, but of course we are still far away from that. And I think the second set has been a little less exciting than the first. It's just been a bit more messy. The end of the first set, you had Zverev flying out there, and I guess Sinner here had a similar moment, maybe around the beginning of the set. But since then, it's been a little weirder. But he is very close to closing it out now. The pace of play has sped up a little bit too. They are on 1 hour 46 minutes, I think. So very likely could be done with the first 2 sets in under 2 hours. Zverev takes that forehand really early and Sinner can't get to it, so by now we can just assume that the Italian will be focusing on his service game next up to try to serve out the set. They're showing us on the screen that Zverev just hit a 134 miles per hour serve. Ben Shelton hit a couple of 149s yesterday, so what the hell is that supposed to be an achievement? Bone residing, that's good. Yeah, let's see. Can Sinner hold this 5-3 game and serve out the set? First point says he can. Some great movement there. He was like forced to jump very quickly between his backhand to the and the inside out forehand in the same corner. This, by the way, reminds me this sort of footwork reminds me of table tennis, where you do a lot of these tactical exercises. Well, technical exercises where you're just sitting in one corner and basically alternating between backhand and forehand inside out. And the reason it's difficult in table tennis is that you don't really have much space on the tennis court. You usually do, but with the ball coming back from Zverev at a pretty high pace, Sinner kind of, his footwork there reminded me of that. But anyway, this should be a good point for him too. Yeah, and he hits a nice volley. This was pretty similar to that drop volley a couple of games ago as well, when you thought that Zverev's pass is actually pretty tricky, kind of by accident, but then Sinner just has this stab technique here and does it really well. That's the sort of transition game we want to see from the Italian. Something that would open up some doors for him and allow him to finish off points more easily. Good instincts there to go to the net after he saw that Zverev was not going to be in a comfortable position when making that slice. Well, it wasn't really a pass. It was just, at first, it was a pass because Sinner got to the net to catch it. And this time an unforced error from Sinner, but he's still 30-15 up. Could use a 3-point on serve, but will he get there? He does. Great serve into the Zverev backhand out wide. Hits the corner of the service box, and there's nothing that Zverev can do with it. So 40-15. 2 set points for the young Italian, who of course recently won his first big title and will be hoping to secure a rematch against Carlos Alcaraz. Ace down the tee as well. So 2 free points in a row, and we are at 1 set all. Yes, we are definitely gaslighting Ghosty a little bit. Mary speaks Spanish un poquito. I can relate to that. And yeah, let's maybe take a look at some stats. Ooh, very low first serve percentage from Sinner, which is sort of which I think Sean hinted at maybe earlier. That he kind of struggles with it, but of course it's a bit of a choice too. He's trying to gain a lot of advantage out of that, and so far it's been working out. I guess he's also winning 50% on second serve, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's certainly just from the stats, you kind of can tell that it's going to put him, if these sort of stats are maintained, it's going to put him in some dangerous spots on serve. Zverev has only won one more point than Sinner so far. And that's despite actually winning one less game. Both guys hit 3 aces and 4 double faults as well. I mean, the match has been fairly even so far. It's good for Sinner that he's the one, well, Zverev actually has more net points, but like Sinner is the one, I think, still using the forecourt better so far. And yeah, just using maybe a wider array of shots, which, yeah, it's good that he's trying. It's working. It's working out often. And so far, we cannot really split the two, right? Neither can the game of tennis, really. After 1 hour and 51 minutes, they are dead even.
Molchan Dimitrov, that did make me laugh. And the pantheon of great matches, we'll see Evans against Alcaraz sit alongside Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic, Nadal from Australia 2012, and maybe even Sinner last year, Alcaraz.
Taylor Townsend and Ben Shelton are in the mixed doubles semis, by the way.
They've just done that, have they?
They did that like 2 or 3 hours ago. But I just noticed it.
Sounds like, Mary, you do speak quite a bit of Spanish, or a little. No me importa is it's not a complex sentence to put together, but it's not. I don't think someone who barely speaks the language would be able to put that together. But maybe I'm wrong. Where are you based, Mary? Are you in the Americas? I'm guessing you are. Bearing in mind it's 5 a.m. in Europe.
Well, we are watching, so.
Oh yeah, we are. Yeah, but we're probably 2 people.
2 people that are watching. Yeah, I was surprised to see how many Polish like hardcore fans did not watch Świątek Ostapenko yesterday. But then again, if someone is working office hours,
True. Maybe they thought that she would go through, and they would, or not necessarily that they thought that she would go through but they just thought, you know what, if I'm going to push myself, it'll be for the quarters against Goff.
Yeah, I think that was also the assumption for a lot of them. Yes. I guess tomorrow is when
this Evans against Carlos was the greatest match of all time.
Yeah, because I mentioned that Jack really enjoyed it, right? He said today that it was so excellent.
I thought it was fun. I did think
it was good. Like, it was good, of course, but I was just surprised with the emphasis and how ridiculously amazing it was.
Be telling your grandkids about that match between Evans and Carlos, round 3.
No. I'll be telling my grandkids about Molchan Dimitrov, round 1.
There you go. You go, Ghosty. Ghosty won't let that match go. That's just going to be there for years. He's going to be talking about that. It's because he was in a minority watching it, because there was all sorts of other things going on. And he said, I'm watching this. You've got to watch this. And nobody tuned in until the tie break. So then it's like, well, I was there all along. Zverev holds serve comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, for years I might be talking about Medvedev playing Attila Balázs in the US Open round 1 as well.
He lost 3 games, right? Which is the same amount that Zverev lost to Jakub Mensik, right?
3 games?
I think they both lost 3 games, right?
I thought it was 2. Also, it was Fritz against Menchik, not Zverev.
Sorry, yeah, Fritz against Mensik. I had Fritz in my head. Oh, Zverev hasn't held yet. I don't know why I said he held. He just got to 40 love
No.
at that last point. Oh, he has.
Yeah,
held.
because like the cue on the screen, like the scoreboard disappeared in a way that it usually does after
Yes,
the
yes,
game
yes.
is over. And
Yeah.
I was also confused for a moment because I remembered Sinner winning the previous point. But yeah, I mean, by now he has held, so.
Yeah. It might not be more than normal, but I have had a few scoreboard issues this tournament when it's popped up, and I've seen a point, and I've seen one player win it, and then the point it goes to the other player, and I'm thinking, oh, I thought that was 15 all, and it says 30 love, and then it corrects itself back to 15 all again. And I'm talking about the scoreboard on the TV, not on Google, because Google does get things a little bit wrong from time to time. Or can be a bit slow in updating as well. So I don't know what DC metropolitan means. Does that mean DC the capital? I guess it does. Yeah. Well, DC is the capital, right? It's Washington State. You would say if you were in the state.
Yeah, DC metropolitan area. Okay. The state for lovers.
According to Ghosty, yeah.
Hmm.
Comfortable looking service game here as well for Sinner. He's 40 love up. Oh, lovely passing shot there, Jannik, on the forehand side. If it does go long, who are we thinking physically is the king?
Sinner has already had some issues.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, he is the more
fragile.
injury prone, fragile player. But he was able to play Carlos Alcaraz for like 5 hours, and
Again, yeah, that was one of the things in my head. But then, funny enough, in the weeks and months that followed, it was just sort of one sort of shady looking tournament after another for Jannik in terms of like, oh, he looks like a shadow of the guy we saw in New York, or he literally was sort of limping around the court or pulling out of a tournament. For the rest of the year, from memory, I don't remember thinking. I kept thinking, why is he playing this tournament when he's struggling like this? Be playing a 250 or 500.
He twisted his ankle or something in Sofia, right?
Yeah, right. Which would have been around that time. Yeah.
He had an 11 or a 10 match win streak in Sofia. He had never lost at the event. He was playing Rune, maybe.
Okay.
And then Rune lost to Hüsler in the final. That makes sense, I think.
Okay. Zverev is love 30 on his serve. Since that break at 4-3 for Sinner, there has been a. Why does Darren Cahill look like he's just downed a bottle of whiskey? He's so red in the face, and he's got that big red sort of alcoholic nose.
Maybe he's sick and was drying his,
Indeed.
sneezing his nose. Yeah.
15:30 after an unreturnable there from Sasha.
Or maybe he's an alcoholic who just downed a bottle of whiskey.
You're probably not aware of this, but as a big football fan, and I think kind of mainly as a big football fan, but there was a famous press conference from about, I'm going to say 11 or 12 years ago, where Sir Alex Ferguson and Sean Connery gate crash Andy Murray's press conference in New York, back when Andy Murray was good, about a decade ago. And yeah, I thought you'd like that. They were drunk. Sean Connery and Ferguson were drunk, basically, and they get away with it because they're Sean Connery and Alex Ferguson. But they come in and they share a couple of jokes, and that you could sort of hear them sort of shouting comments out from time to time, and off they go. But I don't remember the exact dialogue that took place, but yeah.
Just three Scotsmen having fun.
Yeah, two of them drunk. Andy Murray barely drinks, apparently. I know that because there was a Twitter thing that was put out by Ricky Gervais a few months ago along the lines of, you've got to lose two from these three. One was your grandparents. Another was alcohol. And I think another was like a pet or something. And Andy Murray said it's easy for him to lose alcohol because he doesn't really drink much.
For me, it's easy to lose a pet because I don't have one.
Right, exactly. There you go. Yeah.
Grandparents or alcohol? Actually, that's
I know
tough.
that was the idea. It was supposed to be brutal. Zverev holds, by the way, but it might not have been pet. It might have been your grandparents. It was certainly alcohol, grandparents, and there was something else, maybe Netflix or something.
How often do I see my grandparents now?
Right,
compared to the bottle of
Netflix.
alcohol.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know. It's a brutal choice for sure.
But Andy Murray responded anyway. He felt the need to respond. Is Murray a much more cautious defensive player now than or less aggressive player than he was like 10 years ago?
By the way, this is I just found this tweet and it's like a much more complex poll. Because,
you found it? How quick? How the hell did you find it that quick? Can you send it to me somehow? You could send it in the live chat, maybe.
I can send it to you in a DM, right?
Yeah, send it to me in a DM
then. I mean, I just searched through Ricky Gervais's tweets and I said alcohol and something else. I can't remember. Direct message. Where are you? Here you are. Okay. So it's like you have to lose one category thing, and there's like 4 groups of 3. And one of them is cuts, racism, and alcohol.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically this question is like, I liked yours better because your version at least had a real choice. Like I could actually think of it. And here, it's
So this is basically we're eliminating all 3. So no more holidays, no more AIDS, and no more coffee. No more drugs, no more music, and no more thumbs. That's a very curious one. So we're losing cats, racism, and alcohol. I'm surprised at that, bearing in mind I'm sure a lot of people that follow Ricky Gervais are keen on alcohol, and probably on cats too, actually, because he's a big cat fan. Yeah. I don't know. My grandparents have all passed away. TV, listen, I guess really with TV, therefore we have to lose what we're seeing in front of us right now. And because whether you're also Netflix, because that's the new TV. It really annoys me when you get these people that say, I don't have a TV, I don't watch TV, and they've got every subscription under the sun. That's not like in the 1980s when we relied on TV for life.
Well, they technically don't watch TV, you know.
No, but
They're
they're trying
watching
to.
movies, or like they're watching, video on demand, let's say.
Yeah, but the point that they're trying to make is that they're some sort of cool person. But actually, the cool thing is someone's got a small TV and they actually watch that with an aerial. That would be the hipster solution. Anyway, I can't lose a thumb or all my thumbs. Although at least if I'm losing my thumbs and everyone else is, then that's something. That's more consolation knowing that I'm losing my
I don't
thumbs.
think it's gonna be everyone, because as you can see, like the first one is something good, I guess. The second one is just some sort of a disease. Well, I guess then there's music, but like the third one, if you see grandparents, like not everyone is gonna lose grandparents. Not everyone is gonna stop drinking
Yeah, right.
alcohol.
You're losing
So I think it's just about your thumbs, yeah.
your
And then
grandparents. Yeah.
then what really separates you from an animal if you lose your thumbs?
So, and I don't want to lose music really, but uh holidays. Yeah, okay, let's go holidays, AIDS and coffee. I mean, I love coffee, love holidays, but you know, although cats racism alcohol now does sound a bit more appealing actually. It's a tricky one. And I
Yeah,
guess that's why I got almost 260,000 votes.
without alcohol, you still have drugs. So
Yeah, I know, but I'm not really a, you know.
at least that's good. If you were forced to, you would actually have to.
Yeah, maybe I would find them more appealing. Probably not something I should admit to on a YouTube channel, but we've only got 7 viewers right now, so there we go. Sinner is 1540 on his serve, as our good friend Cahill orders himself another bottle of whiskey. Yeah, true, Ghosty. We hemorrhaged viewers during that last chat, by the way. I thought it was going to be an ace from Sinner. Sinner's socks look really grubby until you look close up to them and you realize he's wearing sort of ankle support.
Was that a second serve?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and it was pretty big. It was very similar to the first serve that actually went out.
Massive.
Yeah. I think it caught Sasha by surprise as well. I'd be interested to see the speed clock on that one.
1-6. No, it was actually a let.
Oh, okay. The first
Yeah.
was a let, was it? Okay. Oh.
Yeah, I checked that. But now Sinner finds an ace to get himself back to deuce.
Nice. Crowd maybe slightly pulling for Jannik. I mean, obviously Italian Americans, etc. Deuce.
Are we having some cramping issues again? It seems like it.
Oh no.
Yeah, Sinner walking funny now a bit
Mm-hmm.
on his left leg. Well, if you're cramping one time, it's likely to reoccur.
Mm-hmm. Break point number 3 here. Could do with a couple of unreturnables, and probably Zverev knows that, but he's dealt with that pretty well. So we're back at deuce.
Yeah, misheat return though.
Mm-hmm. 11 local time. 5 here in Europe. Or Central Europe, I should emphasize.
Deepest, darkest Poland, and everyone knows where you are since Ghost already said in the chat you're very
I
often
saw that
mentioned
Bonn
as-
residing.
yes, the Bonn residing.
You just feel as though Jannik's going to go quite big during these next couple of points.
Kinda needs to, looking at how this next one played out.
Mm-hmm.
Stretched to his backhand corner, he just wasn't able to
No.
produce any real shot. Maybe it's just going to be another one of these changeover interventions after these two games. Is this really a let? I mean, Sinner seemed to be hitting that serve with like a lot of topspin on it. So that's
He doesn't seem to like that let call.
Yeah, just the serve that he was hitting, it doesn't seem like it, but well, I'm not complaining. Maybe it's the machine doing that, right? Not the umpire even, so.
Deuce.
7 minutes already in this game, so far he has saved 4 breakpoints, 3 of them consecutively.
But now I am more concerned about Jannik, even if he does somehow get through this game with some big serving. I think your mind can be concentrated a little bit. I mean, it's not necessarily going to work this time, but when it comes to serving in particular, when you are a little bit hurt, the mind can actually be affected positively, just on the serve shot anyway, in that there's some clarity of thought. And I remember thinking that with Rafa in the 5th set against Shapovalov. I know he got a lot of help from Shapo, and as only Shapo can, who hands out gifts like he's Santa Claus. But there was some good serves from Rafa in that 5th set when he was struggling in Australia physically a couple of years back.
Very similar point, I guess, to the previous one, Sinner finds a good serve and then just a pretty violent +1 forehand. That's enough. 5 breakpoints already missed.
Mm-hmm. The chat right now is just basically Americans.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Ooh,
Even though it's the match of the event, maybe. We'll see. I mean, at this stage, I guess it's kind of looking unlikely if Sinner's issues continue, or...
Yeah, but also Zverev's, I know he can be spectacular, but largely I don't think of too many classics that Zverev was perhaps involved with. That's a really good hold from Jannik. That 5 set with Novak in New York was pretty good, I would say, at times. The one in New York, the one in Australia, which I think also went 5, was less exciting. Was sort of just had an inevitable feel to it.
I do not even remember that one in Australia.
Yeah. I think there was 5 sets. It might have been 4, but I'm pretty sure it was 5. Zverev won the first set, and I think it was a breakup in the second.
There was one against Nadal as well. That was 5, right?
5 sets with Nadal. That was 2017. Yeah. Yeah, that was an exciting match, but maybe it was the scoreline as much as anything else. Like, it was in the balance. I mean, his second serves can be entertaining sometimes when he's really nervous. I mean, the match with Nadal in Paris, I mean, neither of them could hold serve for like
No,
an
it's
hour.
Zverev complaining about the net cord. I mean, about the lack of a net cord.
Oh, okay. Mary's concerned as well. By the way, it's cool to have 1 or 2 new people joining the chat as regulars as well, not just passers by. And Mary's one of them. Boris is chuckling. Yeah, he's limping still, isn't he? I mean, I can't. I mean, maybe the treatment, maybe he can get something at the end of the set as well. And he could still get to a tie break, but it's a long way from that right now. Hi, Bereki. I hope I'm saying your name right. It could be Beritsky. I don't know. Yeah, Ghosty, they're asking what's going on with these let calls as well.
Yeah, without the let cord machine, you're like the umpires only call like what 50% of the actual lets, whereas here, the let machine is calling even more of them.
$40.15 now. Becca's chuckling again.
Becker is probably saying, we have this Italian guy under control." I don't actually know if Boris Becker is an Alexander Zverev fan, but I would assume so.
He is actually, yeah. I mean, the German TV is, yeah, they are. I mean, because you've got the Misha link as well. I know so I haven't seen him on this particular channel, but I haven't seen Misha Zverev personally on this channel.
Misha, yeah.
But he's apparently working for this channel, and of course he's regularly working on Eurosport and Sky, I think, as well. So, yeah, the Sasha Zverev allegations do not get mentioned at all. I've never heard them mentioned once, and they won't be. To be honest with you, though, I don't know if the BBC mentioned them much or at all. Mind you, I don't really pay attention to the BBC, really.
It used to be mentioned quite a lot, but like now, what are you gonna just spend 5 minutes every match talking about it? I don't know.
No, but you think that so in Poland you've heard it mentioned on TV, have you?
I don't know. I don't really watch Polish TV, but I would be assuming that like at the beginning, when they came out, definitely. Right now, during every single match of Zverev, I doubt it. Just because, at some point you start assuming that everyone already knows it by now. But yeah, right. I mean, if it comes up during a conversation during Zverev match, sure, but no, you're not gonna like force yourself to do that, I guess.
I know you're a fan of Zverev's tennis, right? So it sounds.
I mean, when it comes to watching him, depends on the version of him that we see. Like the more passive one, the one that's just afraid of hitting through his forehand, is certainly quite dire to me. But he is an absolutely like supreme talent. So out of the problematic guys, I enjoy Sabofield's game more.
Yeah, I get that in terms of his tennis.
Zverev is only really fun when he's like truly peaking, which, well, so far I guess the last few games of the first set were probably that.
That's nice, Jannik. That's nice. I mean, it was a really good drop shot. I know Zverev got there, but it was a really good one.
Yep.
Is it me, or are we seeing just maybe one or two less drop shots a match from Carlos? I remember at Wimbledon him not having a huge amount of success with them compared to other surfaces, and it was often difficult for him to get in a position to do it, and I think he was still trying it even when it probably, just because the ball bouncing up off the grass wasn't always lending itself to a drop shot. When it goes to the other side, fine, because of course it can bounce low and that's what you want. But it's just getting that nice sort of that sort of nice height that you want, and it's obviously bouncing low towards him quite a lot of the time. Well, anyway, he won Wimbledon, so he's not doing too badly.
Yeah, and today he said that clay is his least favorite surface.
Did he really?
Yeah.
I mean, is he just saying that because he didn't win the French and he's won on the other two surfaces, or?
You tell me. I mean, hardcourts might be better for him than
I've seen
clay,
that.
but
I
like
saw that suggested during
a
the French Open.
slower hardcourt, maybe maybe something like
Indian Wells.
Yeah. But like, because Cincinnati, no, definitely not. The US is fine too, but like the indoor season, we'll see how he does there. But if he
indoor interesting, and also even Australia, I think, is fast, right? Fast hardcourt.
I mean, this year it was insanely fast and like very, very favorable for flat hitters. So that would not be good for Carlos either. And we'll see how he does in events like Basel, Vienna, if he plays them. Last year he played Basel in that week, and looked pretty vulnerable in such conditions for sure. ATP finals also, he still has not played it, right?
Oh, true. He did appear
Maybe
to
the
pick up his
fastest.
#1 trophy, and there's another break point here for Zverev. It's a difficult overhead, to be fair.
Yeah. 0 out of 5 on breakpoints in the set. Zverev. Of course, that's all that previous Sinner service game where he had a love 40 lead and wasted it. Maybe this time it's just one breakpoint that he has, and maybe this time it's just one breakpoint that he'll need. Ooh. More of the cramping now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Sinner can't get to his chair.
Yeah.
Like, at all. Okay. No, maybe not okay. It's okay.
I mean,
Zverev
it's
is
very similar to
changing.
what we saw with Carlos, isn't it?
Zverev is changing his racket. And Sinner, I guess, is going to do the same, but right now he's limping very heavily after that last point. Sasha is asking him if everything is fine. Which got some applause from the crowd as well.
Now the concerns are much greater from his team. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look good at all right now. Carlos, of course, was never really able to shake it off, was he? He was able to win it. I think he won maybe 2 more games in the rest of the match. I think it was 6-1, 6-1 the last 2 sets.
Yeah, but like he could not move at all. Sinner so far, he was limping to his chair, but like in the actual points,
Oh, yeah.
he is pretty okay.
Moving, yeah. He's got to love 15, for example, yeah.
It's just a question how long this actually can, keep happening for him. Like how long is he gonna be moving fine, and maybe
because this is not going to be quick done anyway. This is not going to be done.
Yeah. This is if he wants to win it. This is still an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Of play at least. So.
And an ace from Zverev, 15 all. Running this point.
You're gonna like that Sinner forehand as well.
Yep, nice. He's hoping that this is something it's an ailment that might improve. I'm no expert, but I mean, obviously there was a lot of similarities with the Carlos scenario a couple of minutes ago, but cramp is something that can sort of go. I've seen footballers sort of cramping up at one point or another, and then 15 minutes later they're running around.
Yeah, but once you have it once, it's more likely to get just return at any point really, and that's what we saw so far. Even in the first set he had this little problem with it. He managed to get on top of it, and then it made a much worse, much heavier return in, I don't know, like an hour or something. So this would be Zverev's second top 10 win at the slams if he does
that all. I mean, I know there was that he'd never had one for a long time, and then I guess Carlos was the one that broke
and then
that.
Since then he wouldn't have a chance to pick up anything else. So.
I guess there was the injury, yeah.
Not at the slams, at least, versus rank top 10 level slams. Yeah, 1 and 13. Basically, only Nadal and Ruud since then at the French. Since beating Alcaraz.
Nadal and Ruud, what's that? Sorry.
Yeah.
Nadal and Ruud, what? So he lost. Oh yes, he's only played. Oh, I see. He's only played Nadal and Ruud.
Yeah.
So when did he play Ruud in Australia or the French?
Roland Garros this year.
French. Yeah.
Semis,
Sorry.
yeah.
Yeah.
I can't blame you for not remembering this because it was such a demolition that.
I had it on, but I think I was having a barbecue actually. I actually had it on with the intention of watching it um, on the back of the Alcaraz Alcaraz Djokovic semi-final. But the Alcaraz Djokovic semi-final, the way that sort of finished in a way, and then that match began afterwards, it was an anticlimax, but it would have been less so in a way if Djokovic and Alcaraz would have lived up to the bling in a way. If that had been an amazing 5-setter, and then we got into that, oh well, let's just sit back and relax and enjoy whatever these two guys. But I was so flat after the disappointment of the Alcaraz match with Djokovic that I'd lost enthusiasm for the next match that followed. But I know it was pretty poor as well. I mean, I think Alcaraz went up an early break in each set. But I had it on. Love 15 now on the Sinner serve, so Zverev is just 3 points away. I mean, maybe just slack off this set and then... No, he's not going to do that. 15 all.
Yeah, I guess in this state you don't really want to force yourself into the situation of having to win 2 more. So.
But then you could fight your way back somehow and lose the set. And
Yeah, I mean, he's still moving fine in the rallies. Okay, decent. Although errors like this, the one just now, are probably largely generated by that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, here he just guessed which side Zverev was gonna play to, and
Yeah, and it's
he
also
did.
that sort of semi guess, but almost semi retire from the point.
Yeah, he said something to his team in Italian. Unfortunately, we do not have Mario with us.
No.
Mario is gonna be sad when he wakes up if Sinner is indeed gonna lose this.
Do you remember how sad he was when Sinner was down 2-0 to Fucsovics in Australia?
I mean, I remember watching that with you guys, but
He wasn't
can't
sad at
remember.
all, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to say that I don't remember him being sad, really.
Yeah.
So I think he was sad because he had to keep rewriting some article, right? Or
Yeah, I think so. That was the thing. I think he was
like
doing
maybe a live scoring
a live
thing. I
score
can't.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is an interesting question here from Peaches regarding why is it that they're allowed to take treatment and do stuff for other things, but not for cramping, and yet other ailments can also be as a result of being pushed by your opponent, if you like.
Yeah, I mean the line is so thin as well. You
Yeah,
can
and
say that you have a pain in, I don't know, in your thigh. The
yeah, and
physio comes in, he massages you, and
I mean, I think that happens a lot. Probably
of
more than half
course,
the time people get cramped. They try at least that's the first thing that goes through their head. How can I try and get away with this not looking like cramp? And perhaps maybe you
yeah,
don't even know if it is cramp or not. I mean, how can
yeah.
you tell? It's just it's kind of weird actually. He's got it back to juiced, mind you. Yeah, I mean, I think there might be an element of that, Terry, or it's induced by your opponent as he gets an ace there. But aren't a lot of things induced by your opponent pushing you around the court?
Sinner was trying to go for a shot of the day, but just barely misses it.
For those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new.
He was basically like, okay, so I'm cramping. I might not win the match. At least I will be in the highlights.
Just give me a minute and I'll be back.
Sure. Set points Zverev now. Many times when Sinner is pushed to that backhand corner, he is struggling to come up with like especially defensive play, which makes a ton of sense because that's when he would use his left leg, right, to sort of stop his movement to either slide towards that side or just basically perform that sort of footwork pattern where that's where the that's where his line of footwork is ending, and the left leg gets like the whole balance of your body there. The whole weight of your body is on your left leg, and that's the leg that Sinner is struggling with, and that's a set point converted by Alexander Zverev on a dead net cord. 2-1. Will Sinner try to get some treatment now? Yeah, physio and a toilet break for Sinner. So we have a couple of minutes to spare, I suppose. Yeah, it's a good question, Beaches. I think there definitely could be something changed with these regulations.
Yeah, I agree. It's just, I mean, not always do I subscribe to this notion, but sometimes if things are hard to police, hard to manage, let's just have this because this could be. Oh, he's going off the court. Okay, I wasn't sure.
Yeah. Toilet
Okay.
break and a physio as well. Are you back for good now, or because I wanted to get off for like 2 minutes as well?
Yeah, go off for 2 minutes. I've actually got a video I might be playing actually.
Okay.
So
All
yeah,
right.
go off.
I'm actually gonna just.
I've actually got a video for the Djokovic Fritz, a little 2-minute clip ahead of that quarterfinal, which of course will be coming up in around about 14 hours from now, I think. Novak Djokovic playing Taylor Fritz. So let's give that a try. And fingers crossed this video will work and you'll enjoy a little 2-minute interlude as we wait to see if Zverev and Sinner can resume. And when I say Zverev and Sinner, I mean, of course, can Sinner resume and take the court and feel good? Fingers crossed he can. And yeah, in the meantime, just enjoy this little clip.
Ready? Play.
Novak Djokovic meets Taylor Fritz in the quarterfinals at the US Open. It is the 8th meeting between the two top 10 players, with Djokovic prevailing on each of the other previous 7 occasions. Their most recent meeting came in Cincinnati, with the soon-to-be world number 1 dropping just 4 games en route to victory. In New York, Djokovic is pursuing a 24th Grand Slam title and his 4th US Open title overall, while Taylor Fritz is aiming for his first major semi-final. Djokovic has beaten Alexandre Muller, Bernabe, Zapata, Morales, Leslie and Borna Goyo so far in New York, dropping 2 sets en route, both of which came to Leslie. Fritz, meanwhile, has yet to drop a set in the Big Apple, racing past Steve Johnson, Juan Pablo Varillas, and Jakub Mensik before overcoming Dominik Stricker. Fritz is now into the final 8 at the US Open for the first time. In 7 previous appearances in the main draw at Flushing Meadows, the top-ranked American had never reached the 4th round, let alone the quarters. On his 8th try, Fritz would not be denied, beating Dominik Stricker 7-6, 6-4, 6-4. Novak Djokovic defeated Croatian qualifier Borna Goyo in the 4th round of the US Open 6-2, 7-5, 6-4 for his 85th career win at the last Grand Slam tournament of the year. In doing so, he now becomes the only player with 85 or more wins at each of the Grand Slams on tour. His record in Australia is 89-8. At Roland Garros in Paris, it's 92-16, where he's lost more matches than he has at the other 3 slams. At Wimbledon, he's 92-11, and at the US Open, he's 85-13. The Fritz Djokovic quarter-final will be second on ash, meaning it will be in the afternoon and possibly baking temperatures, perhaps favouring Fritz slightly more. However, I still expect the 36-year-old to prevail, possibly in 4 sets. There we go. Saw a couple of little tiny issues with that video. I don't know if you saw Jakub Mensik's name was spelt with a C rather than a K. But no, nice. So there we go. That is coming up. Right now, of course, we have Zverev against Sinner. Sinner does manage to win the first point of this set. So whether that's a statement of intent, let's find out. Yeah. Love 30 on the Zverev serve, so I'll talk you through this next couple of points before Damien returns. He is smacking the heck out of it, as you say. Oh, smacking the heck out of it again, but this time into the net, to the delight of Zverev, who just shakes his racket, almost Jannik Sinner-esque, dare I say. 15-30. Those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. How many likes are we on, Ghosty? Did we get to 20? Not quite so many people tuning in right now compared to, say, the Jabeur Zheng match. Forehand return from Jannik on the forehand now. Ooh, that's a nice backhand, but it's not enough to win the point. Now he goes for the drop shot. That doesn't work either, but that does. 15-40. Maybe Jannik is feeling a bit better. He's shaking his racket. He's hoping to give it one last big push. And I have more, I'm not suggesting he's going to come back and win this match, but I have more optimism regarding his health than I did Carlos Alcaraz's in Paris. It's a good first serve there from Zverev, forcing the error from Sinner. So we're at 30-40. Must have been close to the baseline. Second break point here. Just feels as though there might not be too many opportunities to break, so might be important for Sinner to do so right now. Good return considering how good that serve was from Jannik. That drop shot did not work. The drop shot did not work, my friend. I mean, I think it could have been the right choice, but it was just quite badly executed, and he puts his hand to his head, even taking his hat off. Plenty of unforced errors off the racket of the Italian. Sinner's had 2 break points.
Oh.
I need a bit more evidence to be convinced that he's close to 100%, but
Third now. He's just gonna have his third now. Yeah, I was just sort of lying around and reading some Twitter. Someone else said what we were saying, basically, that it's kind of weird that during that 5-2 changeover he had no treatment done of any kind.
yeah.
No pickle juice, no salt, no nothing really. And also, I read this. I saw this post from ESPN, which was basically highlighting that there are 4 black players in the quarterfinals, I think, of the U.S. Open, and it included Ben Shelton and Madison Keys.
Okay.
Which, I don't know how Shelton feels about his race, but Keys has stated many years ago that she does not identify as either white or African American.
Okay.
So, just basically started reading the replies to that, which obviously got a bit heated.
Yeah, I can imagine, yeah. Don't really care too much. Juice, though. How do you say juice in Polish?
Równowaga.
Równowaga.
Yeah.
Peaches, how many likes have we got on this video? Game point now for Zverev. Don't quite feel as though we've got a match yet. I need to see a break and a consolidation from Sinner and good movement to start thinking we've got a match again.
Well, the good movement is there.
Okay, good solid movement over the course of 3 games.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, after 10 minutes of spending 10 minutes outside the court during the toilet break, some sort of physio treatment, it's bound to be better for at least a moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's just about whether it continues.
Peaches, Sasha's is the dark horse. 13 likes. Therefore, if you are watching and you haven't hit the like button, please do so.
If a dark horse is means that he's gonna make it to the quarters, then I think you have a great shot at doing that. If a dark horse means getting past Alcaraz,
also dark horse. I mean, I think probably should be unseeded, and certainly not a former US Open finalist who seeded 12.
But then you're risking, that. Well, it depends, because if you think that Zverev is getting past Alcaraz, then I think he is a dark horse, in that sense. Depends where you want to get them
The
to.
dark horse has an element of not really known, so Fokina could sort of fall into that. Tommy Paul maybe a year ago would have fallen into that. I think I'm not sure where David Fokina is ranked or seated right now, but he's kind of borderline. Ideally, I would say unseeded is a good sort of rough rule of thumb to suggest for dark horse. Because there's the words dark horse, part of it is, he's got it back to Juice. Part of it is sort of, you know, dark horses, like some people have not heard of them. They're a bit mysterious, as well as just being not a favorite. I mean, in the other logic, you could just say anyone other than Carlos or Novak is a dark horse, because if you're just looking at who's a likely winner, you've got 90% covered with those two. That's how I define dark horse. It's sort of a Czech Republic going into a World Cup. That's why I think of David Fokina. He's the Czech Republic of tennis. And he's not from the Czech Republic. Albeit his surname, at least Davidovich, does not strike me as very Spanish.
Yeah, it's Russian, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose. Fokina could be sort of Basque-ish, maybe. I don't know. Maybe Spanish. Oh, I thought that was going to just drop over, and it didn't. Juice again. We must be heading to 10 minutes for this game. Zverev doesn't look particularly happy about this game either. Is Sinner slowing Zverev on serve? Yeah, you mean is he sort of taking time for the return, maybe? And Zverev is sort of pacing up and down, maybe a bit annoyed. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Ghosty dated a Basque girl. You lucky bastard.
That was a Bornagoyo style forehand from Sinner, and I think he's again like limping a little bit when he's walking.
And he's not going Bornagoyo because he's playing a goat. He's going Bornagoyo because he's struggling physically.
Fair. Is Justin Bieber in the crowd?
Is he?
Because if he was, no, I was just asking. I feel like if he was, Sinner would have played better. Was it time violation or what is it?
For because Sinner's asking for.
No,
I think it's down to Sinner asking Zverev to wait, or is it Zverev getting the time violation?
Let me
No,
rewind
Sinner.
after the point, but I think it was Sinner. Yeah.
Mm. She was a basket case, yes, indeed.
Or actually, no, I don't know. I will rewind.
Nice. Juice. And I would say 90 to 95% of the time he's moving well, at least during the points.
No, it was just normal Zverev.
Okay, so someone got a time violation or not?
Yeah, Zverev.
Zverev did, okay. Okay, so maybe he's chilling on his server, but I thought he was the one waiting for Jannik. Surely Yannick's not going to win this point. Or he might. He is.
He is, yeah.
Great point. But how much is this game going to take out of Jannik as well? Mind you, how much is it going to take out of Sasha? I think Sasha might be struggling a bit physically, but obviously just him just being a bit tired is not anywhere near as bad as cramping. We're almost at 3 hours, yeah.
13 minutes in this one.
Yeah. We're almost halfway to Alcaraz Djokovic at Wimbledon. 26 minutes. And we've got a break point here for the Italian. Again, fourth one. Where's Zverev going with the serve? He's going to the backhand. It's not a bad return. Just increasing the intensity there, Jannik. Oh, I thought that'd gone long from Zverev, but it hasn't. And it's Jannik going into the net, and we're at deuce.
Yeah, I mean, Zverev is struggling physically too, you know.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, yeah. And I think that might just help a little. Yeah, he is. I mean, but he's tired, which is why he's taken time on his serve. Mind you, if he takes much more time, he'll get a point next time, right? Or he'll lose a serve.
Yeah, loss of serve, yeah.
Mm. Drop shot there. Woo! Oh! Advantage Zverev. I'm not sure how accurate that commentary was by just giggling. How helpful it was. Yeah, you don't really want to lose a serve just yet. I mean, if you're serving for the match, you don't mind losing a serve. You don't want to lose a serve, but you certainly don't mind getting a time violation when you're serving for the match. I mean, if that's your first one, 15 minutes now.
He risks it on the second serve and
Yeah.
gets the reward.
Ghosty, that stat I find really difficult to interpret. I almost just ignore those pressure point stats. Sorry, Ghosty, that's not me. We're very grateful for your statistical input, but that is one that I just find perplexing and difficult to comprehend.
When you have 51-49 as well, like is that actually true? Because that would mean that there's so many pressure points in order for them to get so close to each other, right? Because that can only happen if you have 70, 80 pressure points. Maybe Ghosty just came up with this stat.
Well, Juan, you may need a Sinner win, but I can't help. I'm sorry. Only Jannik can help you. Well, I guess Sasha could help you too.
We can fly over to New York very quickly and I don't know, shoot Zverev or something, and that's then Sinner would win.
I guess.
Can he win if we don't do anything and just sit on our asses at home? Maybe, if the cramping issues don't come back.
Zverev might help Sinner win. You never know. I mean, with that kind of forehand that he just hit into the net, then Juan is now saying, "Let's pray together." I mean, if you do believe in a deity, then perhaps that may help. Evidence suggests that it doesn't, but there we go. Total points 1. Zverev is 10 ahead of the Italian. Yeah, we are, Ghosty. You're right. We're still bitter and twisted over that completely just decision to spread it between Europe and America for what is ultimately an exhibition.
Vancouver? What the hell is Vancouver? Well, actually, is it not Vancouver? Was Vancouver already there?
I think it is Vancouver this year,
yeah.
What are you doing putting your month's salary on this? I mean, anyway, I do find that people who join from Facebook do occasionally write to us going, "Oh, I've put all this money on this match." And also they often will say, "Can you show the match as well?" It's the Facebook, they're a little bit alternative, let's say, the Facebook crowd.
Yesterday we had a guy who won, right? On the Świątek Kostapenko over 7.5 games in the first set.
Oh, wow. Yeah, right. And of course, she ends up winning the match. But yeah, he was focused on the first set. Still, Sinner, between points anyway, is not looking great.
But I think then later we also had someone who bet on Świątek, right? And that of course didn't pan out. But if you were betting on Świątek against Ostapenko, then you're like that was your own fault.
Yeah, because you're probably not getting great odds for
No,
what.
you're getting terrible odds. I mean,
Yeah.
for what the actual chances are. We checked that yesterday, right? And they estimated that Ostapenko was like 14% to win the match, which
Peaches is suggesting she's going to tease Sasha. Sorry, going to tease Jannik by taking a banana along and then just giving it to Sasha at the last minute. That will have a huge bearing on the result, I'm sure. Juan Jose asking us to pray for him as the clock strikes midnight. What about me, Juan Jose? I've got to be up in a few hours because I'm going to do the first serve, and then I've got to go to the dentist. What about praying for me a little bit? Speak to your guy. You speak to your guy, I'll speak to mine. 1-1, Sasha to serve.
or Ghosty can pray to the ghost of Gerulaitis
Mm-hmm.
or to Gerulaitis himself.
Thanks, Juan Jose. He's going to pray for me. Thank you. I like the way he put my name in there as well. We've since Zverev serve out or tried to serve out a Grand Slam title, right? He was serving for it in 2020, right? In that final against Dominic Thiem.
Was he?
I'm kind of asking.
I mean,
I
he was
thought-
up a break in the third briefly. It was like 2-1, and then team played a great game to get back to 2-0. And then I would just assume that he actually did not serve for it. But
Okay, did he have match points
in the settings at tiebreak, yeah.
in the fifth set tiebreak? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure even if he had in mind maybe on Dominic's serve at all.
It was like 6-4, right? And then
Was it? And
think
first
so.
to 7. Was it first to 7, not first to 10?
No, first to 7.
Oh, Zverev. That's a poor choice of shot. 30-15. There you go, Juan Jose. He's banking a lot on Jannik Sinner, really. I mean, not only does he put money on it, he's also putting a potential relationship on the line.
No, actually, Zverev did serve for it, and then team served for it as well. So like before the tiebreak, and no, he did not have a match point, so it was 6 for team, not 6 for Zverev. Okay. And yeah, apparently my memory of that is very blurry. But Zverev led 5-3, and then he lost the next 3 games, and then team could not serve it out at 6-5, and it got to the tiebreak. And of course, in the tiebreak, he was only slicing his backhand, which was quite a show. Entertainment value was definitely there.
Good return from Jannik. I mean, both are struggling, but it's still Sinner slightly more struggling physically.
If this goes to a 5th set, then you're also going to have to start praying for me and for my survival.
The praying and the risks. There's a lot at stake here, Juan Jose. I don't know why you put so much on this. Juice. The other thing, Juan Jose, is that I get the impression this won't be the last time you take such risks. And I would suggest a slightly more calmer approach to some of these decisions. Isabel, there, Jannik is giving me heart palpitations. Yeah, I think he is, but I think he's given Juan Jose even more heart issues because he's put a lot on the line here. He's got all sorts on the line. He's got his month's salary. He's got his reputation, and of course a potential relationship. Of course, Ghosty there saying Molchan Dimitrov was better. Yeah.
It's good that you know that, Juan Jose. Then
Yeah.
at least you see that. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. That's a step one. Step one. Two-one Zverev. He holds. Yeah, Juan Jose. If you could just stop gambling, hopefully with a Sinner win, although that probably isn't going to help.
Yeah, go out in style. Go out in style.
Yeah, that's right. You go out in style, but the problem is if Sinner wins, he'll then think, oh, maybe this gambling thing isn't such a bad idea. Juan Jose has me blocked, Ghosty. Well, we can see you, Ghosty. That's the most important thing. Isabel, yeah, I think, Isabel, you should be concerned, assuming you're pulling for Sinner, or I should probably add, not for Zverev. Yeah. All right, Juan Jose. Okay, so you can't see Juan Jose's comments. I wonder if that's because I tell you why. Because it's because he's commenting on Facebook. So okay, I get it now. I see. Yeah. So Ghosty's suggesting that maybe it's some higher power that is preventing him from seeing Juan Jose's comments, or he's just using a different social media platform. I'll try and put them on the screen as long as they are, okay. I do fear that we might descend into not okay. But these are some of them. Look, the first one I think was bro. Second one is I need Sinner to win. Something about the last leg of your party. Now we need to pray.
Parlay.
Yeah, but that's party, right? Or is that a word I just don't know?
No, parlay. It's actually parlay.
What does it mean?
It's like a whole bad slip of a few matches.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. There we go.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen that, but that's a great Instagram post from Adrian Manarino, apparently, because someone posted that he's 0-21 against top 10 players at the slams, and there's a photo of him when he's like face palming, and also in the background there's an ad board with double tequila, and Manarino just commented on this, on this photo that someone else posted, that one of the reasons why he's 0-21 is written in the middle of this picture, which is tequila.
Okay.
Yeah, I doubt he's actually a drinker, but that's pretty funny. Not something I would expect from Adrian Manarino, I suppose.
I find him quite entertaining on court.
Yeah, but he seems a little bit,
Off the
tight.
court, yeah.
Yeah, and like with the whole being angry at the fans when they tell him who he's playing next, and etc.
Yeah, but that's I'd be so tempted to just go Jannik Sinner.
I wouldn't. I would be scared of telling him that. Ooh.
By the way, Juan Jose, you could at least hit the like button in the meantime while we're giving you some of this sort of therapeutic advice. Zverev grimacing there. And that's another reason. Yeah, and that makes sense because, you're obviously going to be hoping for a Sinner Carlos too, which, I mean, I'd be amazed if it lives up to those heights, but you never know. I've seen Sinner play Carlos in person, but it was the Wimbledon 4-setter. Which took me by surprise a little bit. I thought Carlos would win that.
I've seen Sinner play Medvedev, which could be relevant later in the week, but he has to beat Zverev and Alcaraz first. So, so that would be still quite far away from that.
The thing is, you need you need Sinner to win 3 battles right now. You need him to win a set, and then you need him to win another set. But you also, in the meantime, need him to win this physical battle that still hangs in the balance. And Juan Jose has hit the like button, so thank you for that, Juan Jose. A Ghosty here is asking about Sinner's serve. Is there a kick to it?
Depends how he plays it,
Yeah, Juan Jose, you can join us on YouTube, and you can also hit a like button there too, and subscribe.
No one hits every single serve the same way. Right now, he just hit a decent second serve kick, and he wins the point, although it was not exactly on the merit of the serve, but still.
No, he won it because of Zverev. Juan Jose Mena Greenham. He's pulling for Sinner as well. Yeah, 2-all. Maybe the carrot guys are helping. Boy, they must have deep pockets. Nice one. Jannik. Love 15. Those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new to us on YouTube, please subscribe. Isabel, did you already have a ticket for that potential quarterfinal? Or I know Jamie was trying to sell his quarterfinal ticket. I mean, Isabel, it's just about the red hair, carrot. I remember in the UK we used to say carrot top to describe someone with red hair. So I think that's what it's all about: red hair, ginger hair, carrots. You do the maths. There's a comment here between the umpire and someone in the crowd.
Ooh.
What's going on?
So apparently, Zverev is complaining about someone in the crowd saying what he called the most famous Hitler phrase in the world.
Saying it?
Which I actually don't know
I don't know what that
What it
would be. I
is.
know.
Hands up or
Yeah, well, I know the sign.
oh no, actually, of course it would be Heil.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. But for a moment there, I actually couldn't come up with it, and yeah, I was only thinking about hands up, let's say.
Yeah. Okay, cool. There you go, Mary. Also saying in the US they talk about carrot tops and gingers. I thought that was long from Zverev, but it wasn't. But it was from Jannik, 15 all. Without Googling it, Ghosty, do you know the translation of Mein Kampf? Oh, I think that there will be somebody kicked out. There you go. Can't say anything these days. Yeah, more or less. Actually, that's probably I was going to say my fight, but actually, I think given the context of him being in prison when he wrote it, it's actually
What did
illegal.
Ghosty say?
My struggle.
My struggle. I wanted to
Yeah.
say my battle. So
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah,
all of them
synonyms,
worked.
yeah. It's actually, I think it's illegal or banned in Germany. I don't even think you can legally buy it online. I mean, you can do it, and you'll probably get away with it, but Juan not say. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, it was a good forehand return, but maybe Zverev should still have done better with that. 30 all. Yeah, every minute that passes, you're eating into my sleeping time. Where are you from, by the way, Juan Jose Mena? I'm guessing you're US based, but with a name like Juan Jose Mena, I'm guessing there's a Hispanic element to your name at least. 30 all, Zverev, second serve, I think. Anyway, it's on top of that point as well as the net, and it's 40-30. Mexico. Nice. Are you in Mexico, Juan Jose, or are you in the US? By the way, Juan Jose, make sure you hit the like button, and if you haven't already, click subscribe. Oh, nice serve down the tee. And Zverev holds. But he has got the look of someone that would really like this done in 4. Are you in Mexico City? Okay. The name Greenham, though, it just sort of had a sort of American sound to it, so I wasn't sure if you were in the US. I've been to Mexico City once. In fact, I was just talking today. It looks like this fan is being located and kicked out. I was just talking today to Tom about. Tom was in Mexico City last year as well, or recently as well, a few years ago. Tom has a picture but I had a picture behind him today of Diego Maradona's hand of God moment against England. I mean, it's an iconic photo. This guy is, yeah, I guess he's being located, but it's probably not super easy to nail it down. I mean, you could probably find who the person was eventually, but probably you need a little bit of evidence that suggested that he did do it.
Yeah, there's still some mess. They're looking for the guy.
I mean, it might not be easy, especially if he's just gone at the toilet. There's
Yeah,
a lot
they
of
will
pointing
be
going on.
talking to him now. He's with a girlfriend or someone.
Oh, it's him. Well, I mean, I guess he's just going to deny it.
Yeah, but they actually asked him to leave.
Maybe his
He is
girlfriend's going
leaving.
to stay. Could be a spare
Yeah, the
ticket, ladies
girlfriend
and
is staying.
gentlemen. Yeah, he's being asked to leave. And I guess he can't. I mean, he's in a pretty good team.
Maybe they will just talk outside the stadium, and maybe they will let him back in. Who knows? But they couldn't really talk to him there because they would disrupt. They would be disrupting play. So
I mean, he did he took it well. He took it well. Credit where credit's due. 2-3, Sinner serving, back to the tennis. Fairly cultured forehand return there from Zverev. Backhand, now to the backhand.
I mean, by this rally, you would not say that Sinner is cramping, but he's also limping between the points. So
15 love. I think Jessica Pegula hit, depending on which website you look at, she hit 5 or 6 winners today, which seems quite low. Especially when you compare it to, I think, 18 or 19 for Madison Keys. That was tricky. Nice smash there. Jannik does his whole racket thing.
one ace, 4 ground strokes, and 1 passing shot, 6.
Sorry, say again from Pegula.
Yeah.
So what's that? 1 ace, and what was the rest?
4 ground strokes and 1 pass.
Okay.
21 for Keys.
As many as 21, was it? Okay. Which website's that?
The US Open website.
Oh, okay.
The only source that should be used.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I saw one at maybe like match point for Madison Keys or she was serving for it. And so that may have been 1 or 2 shots out. And it's also TNNS. But it was just the live score, and I didn't bother checking afterwards. The picture was painted for me anyway. We've got another like on Facebook. Someone called Gina Basilivan. I think so, Ghosty. Yeah, I think that's what the whole thing was about.
Some great rallies right now. I mean, from both ends, especially that last game from Sinner was like something that we would have expected from him at the beginning of the match.
Yep.
Yeah, that's It's far too good.
Mm-hmm. And there was a tentative jog towards that from Sinner.
Yeah. Not in this state. I guess Zverev has a history of not taking advantage of an opponent's physical struggles at the US Open.
You mean team?
Yeah.
Was it physical or mental or a bit of both?
I mean, the fact that he couldn't hit through his backhand anymore, I think it was physical. It's not like he was, afraid of it and only did it on a few occasions. He like straight up couldn't.
$40 love now, Zverev. 3 game points. And he holds serve comfortably. Always reminding us he did it to love. Yeah, Ghosty, that would seem the logical one. Obviously, bring them into the net as much, or drop shot. Not that Zverev is renowned for them. I really should have probably turned the TV up around that trolling of Germans controversy, of course, because that would have been interesting to hear how uncomfortable it may have been for the German commentators. Boris is still awake, blinking and blinking and blinking even more with every minute that passes.
Yeah. We hit a bit of a key moment, I think, today, because I was already able to turn off the lights in my room. Now it's the sun providing the lighting.
It's yeah. Maybe you're a bit further north than I am, or somehow you're getting a bit more light than I am, but it's not far away from me either.
Yeah, it's definitely funny that the girlfriend stayed, but maybe they are just going to talk to him
Oh, the girlfriend
outside,
did
and
stay, did she?
yeah, maybe they're just gonna talk to him outside. Maybe they're gonna allow him to return. I don't know.
Tell him off, so don't do it again.
Yeah, maybe there should
No,
be
but
some
I
sort
think
of
if
a
that was the case, they would have
second chance.
probably
Well,
done it within the stadium. I don't think he'll be allowed
yeah,
back.
but they couldn't because Sinner and Zverev were already starting to, play the next game. So I'm not sure they were able to do that. Although, yeah, I'm just sort of hoping that's the case rather than actually. I just always think about this. You go to a tennis match, you pay how many dollars for it, and then they kick you out.
I mean, yeah, my goodness me, he'll be in a. I mean, it could be corporate as well, but that's very, very close to the front row. In fact, Brad Gilbert was like 2 seats in front at one point. I thought, oh, what's Brad Gilbert been up to? What's he getting carried away?
Did you think Brad Gilbert was saying Hitlerism related phrases to?
I mean, it was just the finger pointing and the looks, and Brad looked a
Darren
bit.
Cahill could, because he's on the senior team.
Trolling the opponent.
Yeah.
Those Aussies and their carefree attitude. 15 love here, Jannik Sinner. Yeah, that is funny, Ghosty. Ooh.
Yeah, it's actually a winner, yeah.
Is it really? Wow. That's both weird and cool at the same time.
And when you see the replay, it's super clear that it landed in. But from the initial shot, yeah, not really. Ooh. +1 backhand error from Sinner, so it is getting really tricky now. 15-30. There's the command from Darren Cahill, who gets agitated.
What's the command?
Come
Keep
on.
it. Come on.
And the other guy in the box said, Forza. He did not tell him to make it physical.
No,
Which
that's
is
what I was
why-
going to joke and say. Yeah, let's
Which is
make
why
it
Sinner
physical.
didn't. And he hits a wonderful serve.
Yeah, there you go. 30 all.
Forza.
Yeah, could do with another. Could do with this finishing quite soon. Somebody's just tweeted me predicting an Ostapenko win over Coco Gauff. And we're now at 40-30 on the Sinner serve. The crowd want a fifth set. I was thinking along those lines, Ghosty, but now we're at 40-30. The landscape's changed a little bit. 17-shot rally there. I think we'll need to go to a fifth to really see how much Zverev is struggling. I think he's probably okay for another couple of games. Ooh, Jannik, that's someone who wants to draw the rally to a close as well. Zverev 5 setters since the injury. He's probably been involved in some. I'm just not aware of it. I just can't think of any right now. Since coming back, so that's this year basically.
Well, in Australia, right?
He'd won in Australia, did he? Did he lose it or win it?
Against maybe Michael Moe. Am I right or am I not? I don't know.
He lost to Michael Moe, didn't he?
No, it was 4 sets, but he won in 5 against Varillas. Yeah, I knew it was one of these. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
And then at the French, probably not. So that would be it. He lost to Mo in 4 and beat Varillas in 5, which is of course was pretty crazy given Varillas' record in hard courts.
Back to Juice. Yes, Ghosty. Yes, they are. Maybe he gets a small pass for today, though. Bearing in mind he's probably trying them a bit more often than he would like, given the physical issues he's suffering from.
All in all, I think this was a very decent Sinner drop shot performance anyway. Like, this was miles better than what he has been doing in the past sometimes, especially, of course, the famous Indian Wells final. But yeah, I think he's won himself a lot of points with drop shots today. Obviously, he's also lost many of them. But
Indian
I think
Wells
he's still...
final.
Miami.
Miami against
And
her.
no, against Medvedev.
Oh, against Medvedev.
And he still gave himself like a better chance with them than he would usually, I think. Yeah, and he just wins the point with another one, actually. Well, he still had to hit the next shot, but...
Yeah. Maybe Zverev made that a little bit easier for him, but I mean, it was the natural shot for Zverev to take, but I do wonder, though, if you just go down the line with this. Now, I know a lot of people say, yeah, but you could hit it out because it's the more difficult shot, etc., etc., etc. But if you just gently just nudge it down the line, I think you probably win that point more often than you would by going cross court.
And here you have another great drop shot from Sinner. So
Very nice. There you go, Ghosty. you're jinxing your prediction, if you like, or your suggestion. There you go. Hold serve. Coach Ghost. You're the Brad Gilbert of the chat. Yeah, I don't think there are season tickets. I don't think, Janie, or it's not an expression I would associate with the US Open. But maybe I also got the sentiment. Ghosty trying to justify his comment by just talking about Zverev's core position. Oh, ghosty. This narrative about Djokovic and drop shots, I think, needs to be put. I heard you say this a few days ago, and I probably would have bought it 3 years ago, but I'm not buying it now. He's nowhere near as Djokovic, nowhere near Carlos's level. Ghosty's not going to let this one go. He can't. He's got to die on this hill. If you're Sinner, now would be a nice time to break, and you're love 15 already.
mm-hmm.
Love 15, 16 shot rally. It's been quite a few sort of 15 to 20 shot rallies. Sinner is edging the 9 shots or more rallies won, 21 to 16. And Zverev hits an ace. Second serve here for Sinner to look at. Can I hear some owls, Damien?
Owls?
Sounds like owls. You know, the birds that go doo-doo, doo-doo.
I don't think so.
Okay, maybe I can hear owls here. I don't know.
I don't hear them, so I don't think also you should be hearing them from me, but I don't know. Wow, that's quite an attritional rally.
Indeed. And Sinner, who emerges the winner of that rally, as Zverev
By
goes
the way,
long.
if Sinner wins this in 5 hours, he's not gonna beat Alcaraz.
I think even if either player, really, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, I guess Zverev could
And I
finish
would
it in the
worry. I would
next
also worry
7
about the
points.
quality of that quarterfinal as well. Mind you, I think Zverev. I don't know if you saw the strapping on Carlos's thigh today. It seems to be getting a bit more prominent with each round that passes. I noticed it a couple of rounds ago, and when I said it somebody said in the live chat that he's been wearing a bit of strapping on that thigh for a while, but it did seem to be more prominent and thicker and larger and longer today than in the previous round. So fingers crossed. Okay.
I don't really pay attention to that. They are all constantly bandaged, strapped, and everyone has something basically.
And
you're never fully healthy. You're never fully without pain.
Zverev goes long with the forehand, and we've got 2 break points for Jannik Sinner. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new. We're not far away now from 3,000 subscribers.
And we're not far away from falling asleep during the stream.
I know. This is feeling Australia territory now.
Yeah. Kokinaki Spirit Mare.
Oh, goodness. That's a good decision there from Zverev. 30-40.
I thought that was a good decision from us that, I don't know, we didn't do something or...
No.
Okay.
$30-40. Second serve for Jannik Sinner to look at.
And for Alexander Zverev to potentially miss it.
Up. Or just tap over the
net.
Okay. Zverev, where are you going with this? You're going into the net, and indeed, he does mess it up, and Sinner is going to serve.
I think it was maybe the first set when I said at some point that it was like a very classic Zverev double fault. This was literally the same. Super tame, you can see that he sort of decelerates with the arm rather than actually go forward, and yeah, it's like middle of the net with off pace completely.
I was struggling to expand on the prominence of the strapping, Ghosty, but I like it. Ghosty's still on form anyway. So, I don't know in terms of bringing this match to a close. I don't know what I wanted more. Because I do think there is an argument that actually Sinner breaking there might bring this to a close a little bit quicker. It might not. I mean, I'm just saying that we could have gone to a tie break and Sinner won the tie break, and then we're going into a fifth. Whereas now we might,
Ghosty, it does not matter if a drop shot is mediocre at best, like when you said it. All it matters is the moment, really, No one is forcing Sinner to hit drop shots when the opponent is close to the baseline or like when the moment isn't perfect. But he has been lacking them in like matches, like with these guys, right? Medvedev, Zverev, the guys who like to defend 2 meters behind the baseline. So the moment is very often much more important than the execution.
I mean, the drop shot is all about the moment, isn't it? Juan Jose, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't done so. Sinner's going to serve for this set. I'm lying down. I think maybe in a first on Talking Tennis. I don't think I've ever lied down whilst doing a stream before.
I don't know. In Australia, you never did, maybe?
I don't think so.
I know I did for sure. I don't know how about you, but There was this one where you fell asleep, right? But that was backstage.
Yeah, that was during Wimbledon. That was. Yeah.
So you sort of completed the Grand Slam, I guess.
Semi, yeah. Yeah, kind
You
of.
slept. You slept during Wimbledon.
Nice forehand winner there, Jannik. Let's get
Yeah.
Jannik racing into like a 5-love lead in the second set, or just sealing at 6-love. Liam Brody-esque against Casper Ruud.
I wonder if Liam is watching this. Probably not. He's not sick in the head like we are.
No, he's prepping for something as well.
He's playing
Double
today,
fault
right?
dinner.
He's playing at 11:30. Well, let's say second match on in Cassis. So.
Backhand return. Nope, I must have clipped the net, that one. Jones saying Forza. I mean, it's almost 10-1 in New York as well, so it's getting pretty late there too. Now that was a rubbish drop shot. 30 all.
Was it?
That
Look,
drop shot was rubbish.
He was in control of the point, though.
Yeah, but it was a rubbish drop shot.
Yeah, but if you hit a drop shot where your opponent is still forced to push the ball over to you and has to go up rather than hit it up to down, it's still a good choice. He was.
I mean, first of all, he
basically
didn't win
just
the point.
needed to put the pass over the net. But that's because he didn't put the pass over the net. But he had the whole open
but he was
court,
in big trouble though, because Zverev got there quite easily, I thought.
No, absolutely not. He had the whole half of the court open.
Ghosty, I'm with you now. I'm with you on this.
Lot of time. He had a lot of time for the pass.
Sinner's happy because he's just won the set.
Yeah, and Juan Jose is also, or sorry,
our
Jose
praying friend,
is also happy.
Should be relieved. I was going to say doing cartwheels, but he'll be relieved from the moment, and maybe that praying has helped. Who knew? Who knew that God was a Sinner fan? I think this, if Zverev loses this, it's not quite going to be up there with some of the other painful defeats that he's had in his career, but it won't be great. And talk of the ATP finals might have to be put on hold at least for a little while.
I love some of these tweets that I'm reading. 7 minutes ago, Zverev looks like he's struggling physically now. This should have been 70 minutes ago, not 7.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how soon after the French Open semi-final Carlos was feeling good enough to sort of play a tennis match again.
Sorry, come again?
So Carlos had that cramping issue in the semi-final against Novak. I wonder how soon after that, he would have been ready to play another tennis match again. like in terms of recovering from a cramping situation, it might just be a matter of hours or even a day.
Yeah,
It might be.
yeah.
I'm not saying that it's going to be good to play 5 sets and then go up against Carlos Alcaraz, but actually, maybe.
It's a very different situation as well because Alcaraz was not moving, and Sinner has recovered from that cramp pretty much. Well, he's still limping, it seems, but he has recovered pretty much. And also, it should not be a factor really in his next match, but the factor will be like more that physical wear that the 5-setter will give him, and that wear can also lead to more cramping.
Yeah,
that's gonna be a nightmare, I think, for either player on Wednesday.
More come on sinners in capital letters there from Juan Jose. Juan Jose's asking our advice. No comment, Juan Jose, no comment. Up to you. I do think there is a slight favourite right now in this match, and that slight favourite remains the same person it was at the beginning of the match. For me.
So Zverev.
For me.
Just joking. I mean, they're both tired as hell. Who knows? The Arthur-Ashe like night conditions when it's really hot and humid, they seem to be extremely brutal. And both guys suffering. Obviously, Sinner with a lot of momentum since he won the 4th and also played some of his best games in a while to do that. But now it's Zverev starting out the set with a couple of great points.
What's Zverev's record in 5 sets anyway, like in his career? Sinner, of course, won his 4th round a year ago in 5 sets, I think, against Ivashka.
Yeah, Daniel Altmaier as well in the first round.
He lost to Altmaier in Paris, didn't he? Sinner.
Yeah.
That was a great match. I would love to just see someone like Daniel Altmaier win the French Open. That'd be just so funny.
Zverev is 18-10 in 5-set matches.
Okay, that's slightly better than I thought, actually. I was about to build a narrative with him, being like 2-11 or something.
No, at one point he even won 6 in a row. And that was 3 of them at the 2020 US Open before finally... Oh, sorry, no, the 2020. Actually, in 2019 he won 2 5-setters, and then at the US Open, then didn't win another one, then play another one until the.
What is Sinner in 5-setters?
Huh?
What is Sinner's record in 5?
You're asking the tough questions. I mean, they're not tough. They just forced me to Google it, but that's fine. At least it's keeping me awake. What keeps you awake at night? What keeps you awake at dawn? At dawn, what keeps me is checking 5-set records. 5-6.
Okay.
Losing to Shapovalov, Kachanov, Djokovic, Alcaraz, Tsitsipas, and of course the GOAT, Daniel Altmaier. The GOAT, Daniel Altmaier, has a 3-1 record, I think, against top 10 players, which is why I say he's the GOAT.
Nice.
It's ridiculous. He lost to Zverev only, Australian Open, 2022. And otherwise, of course, Berrettini, Roland Garros, Sinner, Roland Garros, and recently Andrei Rublev in Hamburg.
Okay.
The capital of hamburgers.
Indeed. You got Frankfurters, hamburgers.
Wiener Schnitzel.
It's a good shot from Zverev. Yeah, that 5-set record has unnerved me a little bit, bearing in mind I said Sinner was going into this set.
Djokovic, Tsitsipas, Alcaraz. What do you expect from him, right?
No, but it's also the Zverev record of 18 and 10.
I mean, Sinner struggles physically quite a lot, so a lot more than Zverev usually. Today, of course, they're sort of worth each other.
Yeah, Peaches. Maybe we're it's more of a battle for us than it is these two guys on court. I'm
They are
cramping on.
tired. They are tired. We are tired. You are tired. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Peaches meant us.
Yeah, she did. Yeah. Oh goodness me! Why has it got to be 30 all? Just get some game to loves in.
Zverev is replying to your request with a phenomenal combination here, so he's gonna have a break point. Which honestly, it would be better for you here and for me, of course, because then if he breaks and he's the one leading, it's gonna require less games, right?
Yeah.
Because it will be
yeah.
6-3, not 6-4. But
Yeah.
I mean, I can spare one game. It's gonna be fine. If we made it this far, we're surely gonna make it even further.
Mm-hmm.
I feel confident in my ability to survive this match, to beat the two guys that are currently on the court. And you know who else will be confident in their ability to beat the other guy on the court here?
Carlos
At least
Alcaraz.
he should. At least he should be. No, I was thinking of Alexander Zverev, who just broke for 2-love. But
Oh, okay. So he did. Yeah, 2-love.
But that's fair, what you said. Carlos Alcaraz is enjoying this match. I mean, there's no way Carlos Alcaraz is watching it at 1 a.m., I think. But he is certainly enjoying the possibility, of playing one of these guys. And this is actually a point where we can start saying that there's a high chance that Carlos could get to the final without actually struggling all that much, like physically, right? Which was one of the reasons why it seemed that Djokovic got an amazing draw.
Yeah.
He still did. Either Sinner or Zverev, then you've got Medvedev potentially, while Djokovic will play Fritz and then therefore or Shelton. I guess maybe because it's in the States, it's actually more even than it would be usually. Maybe
Yeah, true.
maybe Djokovic's draw is actually not that much easier, but
I just think that there's probably, the potential banana skins for him. You would rank in terms of, obviously couldn't draw Carlos until the final. So after that, it's like, where's Medvedev? That's sort of the big question for Novak. Okay, nice. I won't meet him until the final. Plus, where is this quartet even of Zverev? Okay, Carlos is one of the quartet, but Carlos, Zverev, Sinner, Medvedev, kind of all pretty close to each other in the draw, in that they'll play each other in the
Hurkacz.
Yeah, Hurkacz was on which side of the draw? Oh yeah, he was on
also top. Also top, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that was it, really. I'm not saying
I-
any of them would have necessarily beaten him, but I do think all 3, 4, 5 players I just mentioned would go into that Novak match going, you know what? I can win the first set and let's see how we get on from there.
Attila Balash was also in the top half, so clearly there's something there. Sinner fighting back here.
Yeah,
and
Zverev has taken a tumble. It's love 30. He does look like he's okay, and the tumble was just tired induced. I think it's going to be a second serve. Oh, no, maybe it's a net.
No, it is a second.
Okay. So he's obviously just taking one ball at a time, probably because of a very drenched, sweat-ridden shorts.
Are your shorts very drenched and sweat-ridden right now?
Not today, no. Not right now.
Mine either, but I am struggling with some actual like cramps. Not cramps, but my legs hurt.
Oh, your legs, yeah. I had an elbow issue during the Sabalenka match.
What was that about?
I don't know. It was weird. I don't know if I was leaning on it or
Okay.
yeah. Or maybe it just flared up from something earlier today.
It's a good thing we have medical insurance at Talking Tennis, right?
Yeah, right. Ghosty here saying, what are you asking, Damien? But I don't know when he wrote that in reaction to what point.
Yeah, me either.
This umpire is the brother of a British tennis player, right?
I mean, she's not playing anymore. James Watchalong,
yeah.
and Watchalong. I think she was the captain maybe for Beijing King Cup, but I'm not sure. But yeah,
she might work on TV now. I'm not sure.
Yeah, sometimes as well. Was Ghosty seriously asking earlier if we have Wiener Schnitzel in Europe?
Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that comment.
Wiener is Vienna, like related, right? From Vienna.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Basically, which is why this is a bit of a ridiculous question. But I don't know with Ghosty, if it's sarcastic or maybe he really just didn't know.
It sounds sarcastic to me.
It sounds a bit sarcastic, yeah.
It's also I know what Ghosty means with this match, because he's asking, has it been a great match? And the problem is primarily for me that I'm so tired that it's been quite difficult to evaluate the last couple of sets. But I guess because of the limping and all that.
Yeah, it's been a good like physical battle. There's lots of drama, which could be entertaining, but the quality after the first, maybe the second set, has definitely dipped majorly. But it's understandable, tough conditions, both players struggling.
Not a great drop shot, that one from Zverev.
Yeah, both guys, drop shot galore, and they want to finish the points as early as possible.
Yeah.
If at least one of them, felt stronger physically than the other, then maybe one would be trying to extend their rallies. But I think they both feel weaker than their opponent right now.
Yeah, I think they're both pretty keen to get this done one way or another. Game points, Zverev. What I don't really want is a 10 or 15-minute game.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but
juice.
Juice? What juice?
After this game, I'm going to brush my teeth. That's sort of a ready for bed thing. For the second time on the stream this week after the Dan Evans brushing the teeth moment, but that was ready to go out.
Yeah, you bring out the drilling equipment, as
Yes.
Nurlan called it.
Nerland said, yeah, so loud, he's drilling something there. I imagine the umpire's going to be quite generous with the shot clock. Oh, I thought it was going to land in. I would have loved that to have landed in, actually. 4 hours, 7 minutes. How long was the Carlos? What was that? Was that the longest match in US Open history, the Carlos? It was I think it was the latest, wasn't it? It wasn't necessarily the longest.
Latest finish, yes.
Mm.
Well, let me check, but it's not the longest. We had a longer match at the Australian Open. We had a longer match at Roland Garros. We had a longer match at Wimbledon, but the US Open, I actually don't know.
Oh dear, Sasha going wide with a forehand. We're back at deuce.
5 hours 26 minutes apparently was Edberg against Chang in 1992.
Wow.
And now I have to find out how long that Alcaraz Sinner match was.
Peaches there, yeah, just confirming it was the latest.
5 hours 15 minutes. Yeah. Before that, the record.
So how long was Edberg Shang, by the way?
11 minutes or something.
So
11 minutes later.
Okay.
So longer, I mean, not
longer,
later.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
when it comes to the finish, it used to be, for years, it used to be 26 past 2, of course, in the morning. That used to be for years the longest, the latest finish in New York. And then that record was like equaled a couple of times. And that's when Alcaraz Sinner come in and beat it by 24 minutes.
So they finished at like 3 a.m., right? Or just almost 3 a.m.?
Yeah, 10 minutes to 3 a.m.,
This won't be going that long. I'm confident of that.
Yeah.
It could. I don't think it will, but it's within the realms of possibility to go another hour.
Another hour, yes, but like 1 hour for 42 minutes, that would be very extreme. Of course, in theory, a tennis match does not have to end ever.
Yes, right. Max has rejoined the chat. Here comes the sun for Damien. It's pretty much here for me too.
Yeah, I'm just getting a lot of it on my face, I think.
Ooh.
Get a pocket full of sunshine.
There's a bit of animated chat between Sinner and the umpire there. I don't know what that's about. Maybe it's just about some medical attention after this game. Or it could be about Sasha Zverev's gaps for serving, but
I might do something about that sun, in fact.
Mary suggesting she needs more carrot. Probably inspired by those carrot top guys. That was a very tired backhand into the net from Sinner. Game point, Alexander Zverev.
Now you'll see my pretty face better, so.
There you go, Mary. Or Max, or whoever it was.
The carrot almost got diced and cubed. I ate some carrot actually yesterday. I ate egg fried rice for dinner, or like supper more so, and I added some carrot to it because it was in the fridge.
Oh, Zverev put that backhand wide. Should have won that point and done the game. 3-love is a commanding lead, but juice. Yeah, we do, Ghosty, yeah.
How long was that hypothetical game that you didn't want to see?
15, 20 minutes, I think.
15, 20 minutes, okay. I don't know how long it's been, but probably like 10.
Yeah, it could be heading towards 10, yeah. That's a winner there from Zverev. It was an unusual camera angle. It was difficult to see.
Oh, we get the timer on the screen, so it's almost 12 by now.
Oh, is it really? My goodness me.
Yep. No way.
Back at juice.
No way. I mean, watch it for yourself. Watch it for yourself, you know. Sinner is down on the ground.
Zverev is held, then okay.
My first no way was when Sinner hit that volley that seemed to be giving him the advantage in the rally. Then, of course, Zverev finds the line with this lob and finds the line with the forehand, I guess, as well. Both of these shots I thought might be going out.
It was close.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Jannik is trying to force the umpire to give Zverev time violation and serve.
Is that what he has? So he was asking for that. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, because Sinner says that Zverev was 3 seconds late, but then Kyothong said that Sinner has to be ready as well. And Sinner claimed that he was ready, whereas the umpire didn't think so.
Got it. Those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. We are 4 hours and 20 minutes into this stream. And it's 14 hours since I did the first commentary, which was Von Drusova against Peyton Stearns, which feels about 3 weeks ago. I mean, we could get. I said let's get a 6-love set here. I mean, we still could get a 6-love set here, but it's still been a lengthy one primarily because of that last game. Oh yes, Jane, don't 10-point tiebreak. No. If we're going to a tiebreak, that means we're here for another 45 minutes. Well, we are just another step towards a bagel. So far, we're at, I'm being approximate here rather than exact, but we're at about 4 Sabalenka 4th rounds. So 4 Sabalenka Kazatkhinas right now. Best of 3, I know, but how many likes are we at? Please tell me we're at 25 likes.
That doesn't sound possible.
No, because I think we were at 13 actually about an hour ago. So I think 20 is probably more realistic. Time to remind ourselves of who predicted who to win the women's title. Back to 30 all. Sinner serving at 30 all. Trying to get on the mark here so he can avoid the bagel. Game point, Jannik Sinner.
2 more drop shots in a row.
Oh, nice. Seals the game. That's a lovely drop shot, that was. So, 3-1. Yeah, I predicted Sabalenka. It's in a video I did about 10 days ago. The evidence is there. Zverev nets on the forehand, so it's love 15. Gonna go get my toothbrush.
Another net. But this
So is
time
it love 30?
No. This time, I mean, right now, yes. But that one was actually just a net cord that landed in. But
Oh, I see.
eventually, Sinner won the point anyway. Oh, I really feel like I'm about to fall asleep in my chair.
Take a quick 5 games in the row for Sinner and him win 6-3. I'll be okay with that as well.
Ooh, pretty clutch there from Zverev. That +1 forehand, the last couple of points not working out for him, but he goes for the shot here. Gets at least 1 point on the board. Another good combination, approaching to the Sinner backhand, getting that volley. Just really clean and efficient, dictating with the forehand, and no real issues with a shot that's not always that clean. Holy hell. I am really barely surviving here in this chair, but I will take a walk after this game. I think that walk is just going to be around my house, but I feel like otherwise I'm not gonna stay awake. Another drop shot, but this one is not as good, and Sinner just completely messes up the response though. Yeah, he is not happy with this. I think he kind of lost clarity for a moment. He didn't have an idea exactly what to do. Part of it was just because there were so many options. Eventually, he tried to like play this, I think, short angled forehand slice through the net. Yeah, it just wasn't good enough. And those Zverev serving volleys and picks up a great half volley to go up 4-1. Wow, that was pretty nice, and also like not a very Alexander Zverev type of play.
Zverev held. Yeah. Is that Zverev held serve, yeah? Can you hear me? Okay, I'm back. So you got someone here. 4-1 now. Thanks, Ghosty. Oh wow, I'm looking at Boris Becker, by the way. He's feeling this. Oh my goodness me.
What's happening?
Boris is making us look bright and breezy and very awake.
Really?
Oh, he's struggling big style. I mean, he was struggling at 3 a.m.
Where is Jannik? Is he there?
Sinner.
Oh, he is. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I just saw, I came back and I saw the bench and there was just Zverev sitting there. So I thought maybe there's like an off-court MTO or something.
I mean, no, I saw Sinner on court.
Yeah, I just didn't. My range of sight is like really limited right now, apparently. I mean, walking around the house was good. It provided me with a bit of a boost. I don't know for how long it will last, but I hope.
Brushing the teeth has the same effect on me. Sort of
Yeah,
wakes me up.
that's true. Yeah, I it sometimes pisses me off as well because sometimes I'm just like so my eyelids are basically so heavy, and then I decide to still brush my teeth before bed, and then I
I
get
know, and
back
then
to
it
the
wakes you
bed.
up a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just don't want to go to sleep anymore.
Dirty love, Jannik Sinner. Wow. I think we're peaking in terms of audience right now for this match. All of a sudden.
Yeah, Europe waking up maybe.
Those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. And if you are watching us on YouTube, click subscribe.
Jane, a new member? Wasn't she already a member?
Yeah, but she might have increased her membership or renewed it. She was already a member, so I didn't even bother commenting. Sometimes I've seen that before, and I think it's because maybe it's an anniversary or just the month clicks over.
That's a quick game now, and also
Good.
what was that forehand really from?
It's a lovely forehand. Wow.
Oh, you leveled up. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Jane. Then drowsy dedication. Yeah, it's worth it to hear that. I will probably go for another walk
Peaches, we do.
after
Yeah, go
after
for
the changeover.
Yeah, sure. Yes, we do,
After the
Peaches. We do
changeover.
need this to finish.
Well, at the changeover, of course. Peaking while you are both suffering in card holds. I'm not getting mad at my toothbrush when that happens, Ghosty. I'm more like getting mad at how life works in general. And yeah, maybe God in a way. or whatever being
Have
is
a
there.
spare a thought for Juan Jose right now, whose relationship and monthly salary is on the line.
Unless he cashed out, but he hasn't spoken. He
No, that
hasn't
was
said
someone
anything
else.
in
There
a
was
while.
somebody else who was suggesting they might cash out.
Really?
Yeah, there was another guy in the chat, Hispanic sounding name. I think there were two different people. I think
No. It was Juan
that's the
Jose
same
who said.
person, was it?
Yeah, Juan Jose who said this has that if he cashes out, he has 2K, and if he wins, he has 3.5. But he hasn't
Okay.
said anything in a while, so we don't know how it went for him, whether he cashed out or whether he is in big trouble right now, because that's where Jannik Sinner is at the moment, and our new friend Juan Jose might be along with him as well. Especially if Zverev can win one more game here. Should be taking this point. Yes, very, very nice volleying combo. Wasn't tough the last volley, but kind of just had to stay composed and don't do anything stupid.
Yeah.
Which he did not.
Very love. Not sure if that was a smile or a grimace, but anyway, Zverev to serve at 30 love, 4-2 in this deciding set, 4.5 hours on the clock. He goes down the tee, unreturnable, and it's now 3 game points for Sasha Zverev and a 5-2 lead. 1:30 in the morning. I believe that the subway in New York is 24 hours. So that's something.
Yes, you can get stabbed in the New York Metro for 24 hours per 7. Yeah, that is, yeah, absolutely.
And Zverev holds for 5-2. Some new shoes are being brought on the court. I think it's a third or fourth pair for.
I guess you're right, Jane. None of this matters actually, because Alcaraz is going to crush whoever comes out of this match. So I will at least walk around my room, if not around my house.
We have 30 people watching right now. Please hit the like button. Just click that like button and also hit that subscribe button as well. As we head towards 3,000 subscribers. 1,000 before the end of the tournament. There's a reminder, also hit the like button.
Thank you, Ghosty, for the clarification. I have not been to New York, so you can. I hope you can get that at the same time as well, which I think could be doable. By the way, your counting is incorrect on the
Mine?
banner. On the banner.
Oh, yeah, because I didn't change the second part.
Yeah, I know. It's easy to figure out how that happened.
Hmm.
So is this the last changeover that we had in this match?
There have
Is it
been 11
possible?
matches in US Open history that were completed after 2 a.m. And yeah, the latest is last year's 10 to 3 in the morning between
That's
Alcaraz and Sinner.
probably not happening here, although a third set tiebreaker would push it pretty close.
Nah, you think that
Maybe even go.
Nah,
Yeah, maybe even get it over the line, actually.
you think if we went to a deciding set tiebreaker that would go past 10 to 3, that'd be another hour
Probably.
and 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes.
No, I mean past 2 a.m. I mean,
Oh, past 2 a.m. Yeah,
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 that would be likely, yes.
yeah. But that'll mean Sinner needing to hold serve here and then break and hold again.
Yeah, and then win at least one of the next 2 games as well. And all the holds basically in this set, I think, for Zverev have been fairly comfortable. Other than what was it, the first one maybe?
Yeah, Sinner
The
has some great points.
the last few have been surprisingly quick, surprisingly
15 all
smooth.
after a
Given
double fault from Sinner, meaning actually Sinner has double faulted more often than Zverev in the match.
Zverev definitely had the couple of untimely double faults. What was it? The break, I think, maybe
Was a
at the
break,
beginning
yeah.
of the second, and then of course also losing the fourth set with it, and just classic, typical Zverev double faults.
Peaches there, suggesting almost there, Sasha. Indeed, just one more game. In fact, technically it's 3 points, but 30-15 down here. Good return there from Sasha, though. So 30 all. Now he really is nearly there. 2 points away from victory. Don't know how he feels about Sinner asking the shot clock to be applied. Opponents don't tend to take too kindly to that. (40-30). Zverev nets. So we've got a game point here for the Italian.
And he's got it, so Zverev will need to serve it out. He has been in a position like this at the US Open before in an important 5-setter. It was more important than this one, but still, He blew it. He's also won some 5-setters in New York against Radu Albot, against Frances Tiafoe, against Pablo Carreño Busta. This would be one of the best ones, and also just his second top 10 win at a slam. In how many attempts? 15? I think so.
(5-3). Zverev to serve. This could be about to end. 4 big serves. There's one. Forehand Zverev, and it's 15 love.
Yeah, it could indeed if he keeps hitting his forehand like this.
Yeah, PCB has been pretty much missing since Australia. Yeah, he might get on Novak's nerves. I forgot about that. sometimes after matches, I draft in somebody to do a sort of post-match analysis, much like I drafted you in today for a post-match Ongeberg and Winjeng sort of thing. You won't be surprised to hear that there will be no post-match analysis as Sinner gets a net cord and 15 all. I did one for Owen with Owen yesterday and edited and chopped it up quite quickly, and it's already got 1,000 views on YouTube.
Is Owen such a draw?
Well, apparently so. Also, I think when Owen appears on Jack's podcast, he tends to get a good number. So maybe it's Owen somehow.
Maybe it's I don't know, his family, some
Maybe he's got a large family. Yeah.
Yeah, or maybe it's some friends of his watching his shows. I don't know. Because I don't think he posts them, right? Or like, I don't really think
I
so.
haven't tagged him in this one, for example, but I'm now about to.
Yeah.
I've just thought of it because of this conversation. We're at 15:30, by the way.
John, you sound like rejuvenated. You sound like you have some new energy in your voice now.
I mean, the brush and the teeth, you know.
I could try that after. I think if Zverev loses that serve, well, after if Zverev holds, I'm actually also going to brush my teeth, because then I'll be going to bed. But
yeah.
And at what time do you have to wake up for the first serve?
1:30 is the show, so 1:28 probably. No, I'll actually wake up at 1 o'clock because I want to send Hanlon a message just to check to see if he's okay to come on. He said he is, even though it's quite early where he is. But yeah, we'll see. If not, I'll just do it myself. I've done it myself on my own before, and it's a bit quicker that way, actually. But
first come, first served.
There you go.
An exciting point coming up as well. Zverev at the net.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Not as exciting as I thought. Match point, Sasha Zverev. Zverev to serve. Bouncing the ball. It's in a pretty deep. It's a good first serve. I think it's going to be enough. It is. Game, set, match. Sasha Zverev, to the delight of his team. He is delighted too, I'm sure, but he's barely showing much emotion. Knocking out last year's quarterfinalist, Jannik Sinner, so we will not be getting a repeat of that quarterfinal. And instead, we'll see Zverev go up against Carlos Alcaraz, who he has is it a 3-1 record against, or what is it against Carlos?
Carlos Zverev, 3-2.
3-2 in favor of German.
Yeah, he won twice in 2021 in Vienna and something. Then, of course, that was like really early in Carlos's career. Then he lost, of course, twice in Madrid, 2022 and 2023, and he also beat him at Roland Garros. So I think all of these matches are not really relevant in regards to the US Open. And yeah, today is not going to help. Today is not going to help Alexander Zverev.
No, not at all. Anyway, listen, let's get this wrapped up. Thanks, Damien, for spending the last, I say 4 hours and 45 minutes. There was about an hour or so before that as well. So hours and hours and hours and hours, and it won't be long till the first serve. So I'll see some of you in about 5 or 6 hours for the first serve as well. If you can join us for that, that would be great. But if not, I completely understand. Yeah, we are
That was
done.
first serve.
Oh, first serve. That was the first serve, was it? All right, cool.
Yes.
Listen, like and subscribe, share, tell all your friends. Jannik Sinner is walking off down the tunnel pretty gloomily, as you would imagine. He's out. Sasha Zverev fights to live another day. And yeah, speak to you all soon.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.